Okay, how we doing? How is everybody today? Good to see all of you. A warning in advance if I get up and run away. Um, GI issue kind of day. Kevin, he's listening to me. He's not even looking at me. He's not even dignifying me by turning around. I saw his ears move. I know he heard me. I'm doing Priz control, Mr. David Bowling. Coffee is way too hot, too. Didn't even drink that yet. Alright, so this build has been so much fun. Been really excited to continue. I streamed entirely too late yesterday because we went down a rabbit hole, as I sometimes do. Um, ended up delaying the um ended up delaying the wild magic subclass. That's the word. A little later than I originally intended because I need the cleric level here. But I'll make it work. So for anyone who missed the last few combats we did the Spider Matriarch and a couple other minor things. With our new gear setup. Notice I have 8 dexterity. Currently I have no boots equipped because I still gotta figure out actually what I want boots wise. With look. There's always these because they're broken. Between Flesh Melter Cloak, Iron Vine Shield, Dark Justiciar Mail, even without having any spells active, enemies are taking 3 different damage retorts from me, provided I am in shadows, and they actually get through my Arcane Ward. Trying to think of ways I could have my AC even lower. Can't really. I need to do the Mason's Guilds so that I can get the Nox Scroll. Then I scribe that. Then I can do the Balthazar counter. I do still have a 3rd level magic missile. There's a couple fights I want to do before that point, so maybe that has to wait. Okay, this is the goblin that walked off the bomb. Forgot about them.
No honor among sneaks.
I'd be terrified of the neighborhood, that's what it's supposed to say. Oh, is that today? Fuck off. Ugh. Hey, J-Bridge.
It shall be done.
I didn't realize what day it is. Ugh. Anything else I need to get done in this map? Hey, Kona. Not British Day. Yeah, it could always be worse. We could be British.
No.
Being American's bad enough, but at least we're not also British.
You're no fun.
No.
I'm looking at the wiki page for boots to see if anything sticks out as interesting. probably remains boots of speed for a long time. I'm using the spell sparkler. I don't need can't think of words today. Speedy light feed.
Where were you before you were this?
There is no before.
Boots of striding makes sense as per usual. Yeah, I guess the boot slot is just mostly flex. Took boots of speed for a while then. Hey, yeah, just how you doing? Hey, Belka. Hope you're well. Daily grass isn't always greener on the other side. Reminder 6 gibberish. Happy American Day or something. Is it? Is it happy?
You know, dead.
Hope everyone has a
I am
good
not
day.
a skeleton. I am neither dead.
Trying to figure out what combats I can go for. Now that we have Ring of Free Action, I can do Office Gith, I suppose. There are some Gith I need to get rid of first, though. I don't have any more coffee. I guess it's not the worst thing for me to rest.
By all means.
I just have to go get Nightsinger's favor again.
Raphael's angling for the girl's soul. But as ambitious as she is, and should that come to pass,
I don't have spell slots, is my issue. I don't have my Infernal Robes Fire Shield available. I could start working on Moonrise Roof stuff, I guess. No, I need to rest.
What were you before you were?
I need to rest.
So you've always been a bone man.
In a sense.
Let's go back to Last Light and rest.
You better, or I'm a dead man walking. Immediately.
Not me being alarmed that Karlach's tent wasn't there. These playthroughs are also wildly different from each other. And Tara's
I did
still
what I
fun.
always did. But a part of me feels... I thought it would be nothing at all.
With silver tongue.
With Silver Tongue Gale, sure. Sure, buddy. Good to see if Volo is selling
quite
CNGs.
the cozy setup you have here. I'll
He's
just make
selling a
myself
cone of
comfortable.
fucking
Thank you
cold.
so much.
That's noteworthy. Volo does not have CNGs. Oh, he does. I can't afford that, though. I'm gonna buy Shock and Grasp here, though, because, I guess let me describe that. Can't afford it. Yeah, that seems right. There's the 2 inspo points in the morgue. I guess I can go for those next. That's some vendor trash to Lazel.
I just...
The rare, actually attractive Dream Guardian?
Are you know,
undead, neither alive.
I guess Strength Drain is a problem if I'm running around without Hill Giant Club or Potion. Because then I could become encumbered by that. I can always just hope they don't do that, though. Right? That's healthy. Simply hoping.
Ring! You look like you want to say the
Do some vendor management. Hoping that this gives me enough to buy a Sea and Biz scroll. That I won't have to drop the Moon Lantern all the time.
It was ripe with magic.
We've dealt with all the Thorms. There is still Karnus running around. I'm gonna kill these two for their tadpoles. Dealing with Zarel is something I need to do as well, because her shield is a use of Fire Shield Chill, which is
The absolute
better
war
one for the
drums
build.
beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Fire Shield scrolls are very expensive.
Slaughter.
Level 1 I get this here.
In her design.
So like, a third Warlock level would up my spell slots to 2nd level. So then if I were to use amulets to restore my 2nd level spell slots, restore one of my Warlock act slots, and one of my regular ones. And what does that look like level-wise overall? That's 1 Cleric, 3 Warlock, 2 Wizard. It still leaves enough for 6 Barbarian. Actually, 6 is the level I want to hit for my spell slot restoration stuff. But like, then that spell slot restoration would only come online at level 12. Maybe not. I picked up Borg thing, right? Sell that.
The
I'd
absolute
like to see
war
other Blood
drums
Rager,
beat
Blood
loud
Mage,
in your
Subclass, and
chest.
5e.
How
There's
may I
always
serve?
homebrew, I suppose. But yeah, more variety is always fun.
Slaughter.
How you doing, Pringles?
Brothers. Sister. Me while we wait.
I'm not worthy.
Ever at your service.
I guess I want Drake Throat Blade for Creation's Echo purposes. High speed pop before I can talk myself out of it. All needs to go in the bag. I guess protection from energy. I gotta deal with Strange Ox. It's just, I'm not sure how I want to do it. I cannot retaliation tank with Strange Ox. I will probably just die. So that's gonna be something more conventional. Probably get surprise round. Blow it up with shrieking magic missiles or something. I should go save Balin for the Misty Step scrolls. Am I really gonna have to buy a Sea Invis from Volo? Because Ro isn't stocking any. It's gonna cost so much more here. So much more there. And pain. Gotta describe that to the expenses. I'm tempted to sell Spider Silk armor, but having advantage on Constitution on something with low AC kind of desirable. Because I could be at 11 AC with this on. Be 13 with a shield equipped. And that's good. Use acid surfaces to lower my AC even more. That's why I'm carrying acid vials.
An honor.
Describe the shock and grasp scroll.
Too damn friendly, you ask me. God's fearing
Many
folk ought
hearts.
to be more.
Of many
Why not
thoughts,
join this absolute?
one mind.
Blood mage used to forego any spell materials needed, instead use blood, mostly their own. That said, they couldn't just use a blood source. Yeah, blood magic is a popular fantasy trope. Doesn't surprise me.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, I do need Sea Invis so that I don't need to always be doing Moon Lantern stuff. I'll just have to make the most of it on this rest. I'll hold off on using the Absolute's Talisman for ward refill, I guess. Third level spell slot elixir right now? I don't. I run elixir wise right now. I guess I could do strength. No, I need to I need to go get the necrotic resistance. Can't forget that. I didn't get the Gauntlet of Sharp fast travel yet, so I do have to do a bit of a slow walk back. Not well versed in all the 5e rules. Think they got rid of most spell components traditionally used for casting. Could be wrong. I don't know too much about 5e either. So. I guess Ethel isn't too big of an ask for the short term. I don't know what I would take the hair on. Probably charisma. Probably charisma. There is a case for intelligence, though. Then I could start on 17 ints. Have 18 int. Good for pointy hat. Good for brain, if I should end up playing that slow that way. Probably won't, though. It's probably charisma. We'll try the new Marina strats once we get there, too.
Mine. I'd better be careful not to trigger that thing.
fast travel's not even far. It's just I haven't dealt with. It's my stream alarm. I haven't dealt with Balthazar yet.
Adventure awaits.
Going for deception or religion here? Proficiency there. No proficiency in either. I guess going. I haven't killed the ogres for warp head band of intellect yet. That's something I should do. I guess it doesn't matter which one I go with my current skills.
A deep, ancient contempt wells within you.
If I went
To
with an
steal a
evil
boon
deity
from these upstart gods would only be right.
for my cleric level, I can do this for free, I think. Pick Mistra for flavor, but you know, that would be more optimal. Okay, that's our necrotic resistance. We're getting fire resistance from helmet. I'm getting Amulet of the Unworthy would be good for dealing with shadows as well. That's behind dealing with Boulette. Do I pivot and just deal with Boulette now? Don't want to do that yet. Also, I still don't really know my Karnus plan. I guess Eldritch Blast him from the roof. The Toll House. We'll just have to hope that doesn't decide to kill me. Completing today. I think I got more of the Shadow Curse lands. Probably Ethel. Possibly Porch.
If I must. Not this again.
Ethel sucks for spellcasters. If you
Horizons.
don't have other things on you, it can, yeah.
The coward's root. Yes, yes.
I've had him do weird shit.
You've got the wrong man for this.
No one's Artist legendary action work even in Shadow Curse form. Oh yeah. Yep. One of the most scary things in the game. Even after he's Shadow Cursed. Not safe. But luckily Shadow Cursed AI is really stupid, so he just kind of stood there and took all that.
It's a gnome's life for me. I venture forth.
Shadow Cursed Rider seems like something should be harder to kill. He does more damage when he's Shadow Cursed. It's just he won't cast spells. His entering combat AI is less aggressive, and he moves a little less aggressively. But Shadow Cursed enemies do bonus necrotic damage, and that will apply to any damage they do. Harness does a lot of different things. So, it makes him more passive, but also more dangerous. Neat. Oh, successful? You sure? There's still failed.
Shall be done.
Let's see what happens. I wouldn't do that. You're missing me. Thank you. Blade Ward. You were supposed to hit me. I need to move the little lantern farther away from me.
What's that?
Do you hear
Bullet
something?
turn, Blade Ward.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Rage. Is there a Kevin near me? Kevin. Come get pet. Hey, badly pressed on you. How are you? That would be why. This could have used... Well, I still can. Now they hit me again. Oh, they still miss. There you go. That wants it. Now does equipping gear. Sure does. Alright, that's broken. Yeah, can't Eldritch Blast because I'm raging. Now they'll all hit me. Nope. There we go. Don't stop raging yet. Oh, spell slots. Two damage, really? There. Sign of course. Oh. Wait, I got Arcane Ward from getting lightning charges. Right, just getting a new condition. That's all it takes. Spell slots. That's one. Figuring things out.
This will come in handy.
Opening this is an inspo, but I guess I can wait on that one.
Hatched up. Pushing on.
Hey, never elixir up. That's okay. Do I have a second level spell slot elixir right now? No. I would like to change that. Movements for this thing. Practice. Yeah, if I'm gonna play a combat that aggressively, like the way I just did, I am going to need, coffees. Notice that too. What are we talking about, Pringles? Consider Arcane Charge Robe for this. It does make sense. We're about to go to the morgue, so I'll grab it. It does make sense. Locked. Locked. Get ward randomly? Yeah. It's, gaining a new condition seems to give you your baseline ward for the day if you have no ward when that happens. Or I went to a cutscene with 3 ward, failed to save, started fight at 8 ward charges. That seems weird. Now, when that happened, what was your wizard level? Actually. Yeah, what was your wizard level? Wizard level was 6 or 7. Overall was level 11. So the reason why I'm getting 2 is because that's half of my max. So if you went from 3 to 8, my theory there was you had 8 levels. Something happened where you lost your 3, and then you gained your baseline. That's my theory. I can have 16 arcane ward, then you have 8 wizard levels. Yeah. 2 times your wizard level is your arcane ward cap. How? I don't know, because that's how the feature works. The cap for your arcane ward is 2 times your wizard level. So like my arcane ward cap is 4, because I only have 2 wizard levels.
Yes, of course.
Oh, 12 noted. Nope. It would have been 12 if your character level was... if your wizard level was 6.
Have mine.
You recognize the corpse being...
I will sell you what I can. Not dead. Merely medicated. To ease the pain.
Clerics have advantage on
Yes.
so many things.
Not much left now. But you're welcome to look. Now.
Later purchase.
In for a surprise?
Use this to get 2 spell slots back. I think I go Strength Elixir. And, forgot to shillelagh before that other fight, too. I use the Black Tentacles amulet in the morgue once we get there. I could try out Icarus gloves there. Fitting heat into the build somehow might not be the worst idea, because then I could use that heat on my Hellish Rebuke, I suppose. Makes sense, I'm just surprised it had been 2 and 2 together. There's a lot of things to keep track of in the game. It's understandable. Do a Drow Conjuration Wizard, level 10 Wizard, use Hunger of Hadar as my main spell. Problem with that is, as a level 10 Wizard, you have exactly one way of accessing Hunger of Hadar, and that's using the Marco Heshker staff. And it gives you, once per short rest, Hunger of Hadar. Because it is not in the Wizard list. The only way you can learn it in Baldur's Gate 3 is by being a Warlock or a Bard. You cannot have high-level conjuration features with having it in your spell list. You have to get it through that item. And honestly, at that point, like, what is conjuration doing for you? Sure, it makes it so your concentration can't ever be broken unless you go prone. And if you combine that with Boots of Striding, well, your concentration is just there. Never goes away. But like, with Hunger of Hadar, things aren't gonna be attacking you, right? Because they can't see. They can't see you if they're in it. if you're outside, they're inside, and you're keeping them in there. Let's get a slowly to 10. Lore bards can get it at 6. Warlocks get it at 5. Lore bards can get it at 6. And all bards can get it at 10, including lore bards. They get 2 dips into the magical secrets list. Ever do a lore bard run? I would. I think it'd be fun. No conjuration because they can't break it and gear around frost and acid buff. So 2 things. 1, things inside your Hunger of Hadar are not going to be able to break it anyway because they can't interact with you. They can't see you. It's not going to help you keep them in it more effectively. Because if they did something that could break your concentration, it's because they weren't in it. So that's not helping you keep them in it at all. 2, the way Hunger of Hadar works in this game, it is not your damage. It's more like a summon that is not attributed to you. So any buffs you have won't apply to it. You can't buff its damage in any way. Because it's not you. Same thing with Moonbeam.
Such a long way down.
Lore bard's fun, built mine to nerf enemies when I hit them, reverb, mental inhibition. That works.
Most excellent.
Sage. It's a double-edged sword. It not being you means there are some useful things you can do with it. Additionally, Hunger of Hadar is one of those spells that does not consume your action when you start combat with it. So if I were to cast it here, I would still have my action on the first turn, which normally on honor mode, that's not the case. Go to camp so I can chill it. This Wraith is the problem. I don't have a good idea of freeze people in the area, melting them with the acid damage they're clumped together. You can absolutely do that. That's just what the spell does, though. There's... No matter what kind of build you have going, Hunger of Hadar will just do that. You don't need to invest anything, it's just having the spell will cause it to do that. It's a very good spell. I would focus your attention on if you were trying to build around using that spell as your workhorse, well then what you want to do is have control effects that allow you to position enemies in it. Things like throwing void bulbs, things like having knockback effects. Other ways of reducing enemy movement speed so they can't try to run out of it. That would be where you build. Hey Samad, how are you? Or just be a Warlock with Agonizing Blast. Repelling Blast helps too, but yeah. Does a lot. Almost want to cast Ray of Frost here. use a scroll. Attack off strength or dex. I think this will work that way, but... I think Fire Shield's lying when it says it casts light, because there's no light here, which is good. Forgot to unequip my gloves. Of course, it immediately breaks my concentration. Sure, man. I rolled a 1. Yeah, that seems correct. On a 1 on my ward now. So obnoxious. Turns a shillelagh left.
Indeed.
Interest in hitting me? Hellish Rebuke. Hellish Rebuke. Don't care if I'm prone. Means I can't react, but that's fine. That didn't give me my ward, which is interesting. Let's see if this does. And I'll keep that one. Hellish Rebuke. Okay, productive turn. How do I want to proceed? Okay, take out Shadow, the half-orc. Other Shadow's invisible. I need to heal. I don't have any ward. We'll want to reapproach this to another angle.
Easy enough.
It's fine. I forgot to elixir up before the fight anyway, so I wasn't properly prepared. Do the fight in here first. Do I short rest again yet? Not yet.
Hatched up. Pushing on.
2 spell slots. Is that fine? Use. I didn't grab the shield for advantage on perception, so I'll probably successfully see this. Well, let's find out. DC 10. I have a scroll. Nice rage star, I thought, well, I didn't. Hat and crust with ice, frost staff, noxious gloves, things of that nature, damage shot by spells and shoot those effects have to have something non-concentration that would. Yeah. Acid splash, cantrip, ice storm spell. There's things you can do to that end. Sure. This wouldn't be synergizing with the Hadar at all necessarily. Is this enough resources? Maybe? Ward at 1. Let's get that up. 3. Mage armor scroll. This would be useful. Don't have rage charges. Fine. So I want to concentrate anyway. If I must. So with Ring of Reaction, I should be able to just stand in Black Tentacles. I want a Psionic Overload because that could break my concentration. Start with some Eldritch Blasting. So I want to get some fire going. This is obscured, that's good. Start some crits. Crits. Miss. roll on that damage, but that's fine. Good. Might actually run out of duration of Black Tentacles here. Didn't really plan around that. Think you go pro. Nice. Blade Ward. I'll have this rebuke. So my lightning charges. Push you away. There's the kill there. I've got left on shall I wait 2. Okay. Of course, for concentration. Out of spell slots. To re-up this. Yeah, let's keep Blade Ward going. Psionic Overload. This turn. Doesn't look like Icarus Gloves were even trying to trigger. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Nazatar, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. You're doing a... Were you doing a no gear run? I remember that correctly? How you doing? How was stream? We're doing a retaliation tank Barbarian type deal. Closing in on getting the wild magic subclass. I keep finding reasons to take dips for more retaliation stuff. Raid Train left me behind somehow, I say. How are you? Is it your birthday? Happy birthday. Psionic Overload now. Withdrawals. I'd never expect that to hit. No, I believe in lie almost all the time. Classic. Got the zombie hit me. All of this. This is without me having fire shield or armor back at this active because I'm out of resources right now. You over there. You hit me again? You.
Don't get too close.
Unfortunately, I do take my piercing damage from Ironvine Shield on Psionic Overload, which is very awkward. Barbarian Gale's not a thing, can't hurt you, meanwhile, Quag. We're one level off being able to get Wild Magic Surges when we rage. The idea is I want to make enemies, hit me until they die. And narrative-wise, Gale as a barbarian is funny. Reckless Attack helps enemies hit us more consistently, and when we're wearing gear that has higher AC than this. We have 8 decks to intentionally lower AC. Interestingly, Grimskull Helm doesn't give you Rage Impeded, even though it's heavy armor. Undo Retaliate build also figures some items don't work, like Dark Sisters Half-Plate. Which version were you using? Because I know the Retaliation on the blue one works. I don't remember the purple one. The blue one works. I'm using the green one right now. Because it doesn't require you having Shield of Faith active. Start one? Okay, yeah, the purple one might be bugged then. I haven't tested that one. The blue one has all the effects of the purple one, even though they're not all listed. It's just got 1 less AC. Those items are all very weird. Equip Daredevil gloves. Classic. I've not gotten the Tentacles or Repulsor yet. Repulsor would be how I solved this. I just don't want to miss. I need to end this before Psionic Overload kills me. We'll Void Bulb. No. I remember trying Icarus Gloves, realizing Flesh Melter doesn't work with them. Yeah, that's really disappointing. I was hoping it would. These gloves, they should be good. Like, they shouldn't be bad, but they are. Just because they're in glove slot, and there's a bunch of things like Flesh Melter that they should work on, but they don't. That upsets me. I don't like that.
Good night's sleep would do me wonders.
Yeah, Gale, we're not sleeping yet. I'm gonna steal the short rest potion from Araj's desk
Less dust on the leftmost
to
door.
get my spell slots back. I won't have rage charges for a while, but
Let's give this a try.
I'm gonna play in a Dirge solo. Want Alfira alive so bad. You can save Alfira as Dirge. It requires you doing very specific things. I can give you a sequence of things you can do to make sure Alfira. Make sure you know exactly when Alfira is going to show up, so then you go knock her out. It's just managing long rest events. If you know when it's going to happen, you can go knock her out so that the backup NPC shows up instead. Still Larry had a lot of bug reports. They won't fix most of them. Patch 7 will throw the towel. Yeah, I imagine this will be like, you know, lots of other RPGs where after official support stops, we get a solid decade of modders just being like, fine, I'll do it myself. With regards to bugs. I don't know how far official tools and unofficial tools combined will get the community on that front, but I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic, but I'm prepared.
Mine for the taking.
I have to play the get the ambush spot, they stay there? Yeah. Do not touch that. Guiding bolt traps, especially on low dex build. That trap could just kill me right now. Guiding bolt traps are so scary, man. Withers told me what you did last summer. There's no proof, and even if there was, it was self-defense. All those corpses in my camp chest, they attacked me first. And even if they did, they're made of XP. Took something to look at the run. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. And Tara's fine. She just won't talk to me. She's fine. I really appreciate you guys from top 3 BG3 streamers, long time together, Mark. I really appreciate that thing. I just enjoy interacting with people who are enjoying this game. Very stimulating. Mirage, you had to turn around like
the wrong
right
man for this.
Scrying Eye in here. Yeah. Like I mentioned that earlier, it's when you meet her when you reach Blighted Village. You don't actually need to have met her. It's crossing the bridge to Blighted Village adds that event into the queue. So if you make sure that there are no other events in the queue by never having gotten more information about the tadpole, by not having recruited Astarion, Lae'zel, Karlak, not having done Will's mission, obviously, which you can't do because it's beyond that point. Optionally, not having recruited Shadowheart. You make sure there's nothing else, then that'll be the only thing that can happen when you rest after hitting the bridge. So, you go hit the bridge, and then you go over to Alfira, knock her out, rest.
Yes, yes.
I am not a skeleton. I am neither dead, nor undead, neither alive.
Now that I have spell slots again, use a second level one on Rebecca. Need to go get Andrew's sword. I have a strength elixir on. I could reasonably just toss them all off the roof. Won't need to after I get a sword though. Half Jack of all trades are on now. Not quite. The cleric levels for Shillelagh for this shield, I need either a cleric level, a druid level, or a feat for that. So I could eliminate the cleric level once I get to Barb 4, which I could do at level 8. So that's a possibility. Wizard is for Arcane Ward, Warlock is for Armor of Agathis, and the second level is for getting an additional spell. There's 3 Warlock spells that help me here. Hellish Rebuke, Armor of Agathis, and Hex. Hex does apply to retaliation damage, each individual instance. So, like, Hex goes on this, Hex goes on this, Hex goes on this, Hex goes on Agathis, Hex goes on Fire Shield. So I could have 5d6 necrotic damage from a first level spell slot. So we want that. I don't necessarily need Hellish Rebuke, but it is nice for building up lightning charges outside of my turn. And then since I also get Invocations, I get a stronger Eldritch Blast, and I get Devil Sight. Gale's a human, so his Dark Vision is terrible, and Devil Sight fixes that nicely. And that leaves the rest being Barbarian levels. The most important thing from Barbarian that I'm getting is Reckless Attack. And Rage for when I don't want to concentrate, or when I want to get physical damage reduction with my bonus action instead of my action. But this is a run where I'm allowing myself respecs, because I am experimenting quite a bit. I'm really not sold on what I want to do with the boot slot, to be honest. I guess Boots of Striding would be good, but they're buggy. We'll love benefiting from bugs. At least not that kind of bug, I should say. Boots of Speed are just reliable. Mason's Guild, I think I want more holy water before I deal with that. There's another Wraith in there. That's going to be resource intensive if I don't, like, Shriek Magic Missile. Still haven't killed the Wraith outside the morgue yet either. If you're going with Daredevil Gloves, I should have okay damage. I could maybe go up to a higher AC bracket just for this fight. Switch from, hey, hit me, to, hey, don't hit me. Not the worst idea. But I got what I needed from the morgue anyway. So I need to deal with the Necromites on top of the roof. Before I trigger the Throne Room cutscene. Which will move Ketherick up there, it'll move Minthara to the basement. Saving Minthara will be... I'll want Luck of the Far Realms and Surge and Subjugation for that, I think. How do you get up there? You can fly. Flight Scroll, Flight Potion. I think there's some chests that have loot in them that I haven't, I really need to sort my stuff better. Yeah, we got some chests to toss. You have something there. What about you? I throw these off the roof of Last Light. With my luck, a Harper is just gonna walk by and get crushed. So I guess I'll use this somewhat less effective spot.
For now.
Zero damage. I'll rethrow one of those. both do and don't wish that Gloves of Battle Mage Power actually worked. Like, it'd be nice if an item that does literally nothing did more than nothing. But also, if it did what it said it did, I mean, I don't think that'd be great for balance. Arcane Acuity in Glove slot is kind of, maybe we don't need that. Then again, Glove slot is super competitive. I feel like we'd be fine-ish. Possibly. It's probably cope. Umbral armor itself. Oh, let's go back to Moonrise. Should I grab the heat amulet? Maybe. I didn't grab the barrel tadpole. I have a strength elixir now, so I can start tossing people at the docks.
That would have if not for the lantern bearer.
Yeah, let's go do that
The
next.
absolute war drums
That
beat
won't cost
loud
anything.
in your chest. How may I serve?
You give me 2 of those.
Not a problem.
Is this one here if Saza is here? Or is this Saza replacement? Because I know Dren is there. Bezark, if you didn't kill him, is here. I don't remember that one. I think that one's always there. It's a replacement? Okay. We'll have to see if I get XP off her then.
But we've seen... what? 5 true souls sent for an audience?
I still gotta figure out which way is more optimal in terms of which location you kill Saza and Fezzer. For XP double dipping purposes. I forgot to get musical proficiency from Alfira. Got a bunch of stuff in Act 1. I can't use that for this, but it'll be fine.
Please, Mistress.
If you have the strength to throw people, everyone at the docks here is pretty much free.
Yes, of course.
Failing a throw is not considered a hostile action. That's something I fully expect to change in patch 7. Throw and improvised melee weapon are a little too free in terms of there's no consequences. Quite that strong. I do need to lure this guy. I have minor illusion. Maybe he's going to the edge anyway.
Not this again.
Sure.
Step by step.
I roll. Ah, a 4. You like cats? Yeah, he likes cats.
One with his knees. That way.
Zero. 4.
The coward's route.
You witnessed assaulting.
I hope to do more damage there.
Rook to queen 6.
Sure. Who's Balder and what's with his gate? Would it help if Balder was a goth girl? Braun? It's the one joke, but you're never living it down. How you doing? Good to see you.
A wave of tadpoles.
Two tadpoles from the barrel. We're gonna kill the other tadpole in it in a moment here too. I guess stage fright for ranged attackers isn't the worst call. Yes, please. Three tadpoles left. That would be Zarel and two front door guards. Here's an ice cream truck going by. It's cool if I just... I haven't killed the Zentarim. Suppose I could do that. Well, let's go get a flawed health dust gloves from Damon.
Standing around is making me antsy.
Yes, of course.
Need anything? Well,
Range Ox, how am I dealing with you? Shriek magic missile spam is always an option. Maybe getting a higher Call the Weak threshold first. Surprise round, engage with Blight. Then I X Eldritch Blast. Have a summon haste me, Eldritch Blast. Build in the follow-up turn as long as I rolled higher initiative. That's assuming I don't miss. That's assuming Damon doesn't run in and die. So maybe I hold off there. Still very annoyed I didn't get the money from Megan. He just materializes money that isn't on her corpse.
If you're all
If
right,
she dies
by
before you can
Jane,
get it.
you're all right by me.
Pretty rude, honestly. This whole there's gonna be expensive, but I do need it. That should be enough to take on Mason's Guild. First, just in case. Hey, whoops.
Take care.
Not bad. I could wall of fire for Mason's Guild too, but that seems incredibly wasteful. Those away, let's send those away. I want to lower their attack rules. I guess Flawed Hell does make sense. If I did something like this, 11 AC makes me very easy to hit. Am I doing on invis pots, actually? 5? Maybe it's a stealth mission. Maybe it's a stealth mission. Start with Gloves of Dex, and I'll change off them if I have to. Do I have Pixie Blessing right now? I do. Alright, let's go steal the Knock Scroll. A Shovel. I kind of forgot about Shovel. Let's steal the Knock Scroll, and then I can use that to set up the Balthazar fight to my liking. I'm gonna scribe the scroll so that I can use it on Balthazar's door and on the vaults. This is my 8 decks having asses, not picking that lock. Without spending a lot on Thieves' Tools. Of course, I could simply just get the roll. Get over my skill issue and just roll good. But that sounds hard. Perception's an issue. No, it's not. If I fail perception here, I can just throw a bomb. Use it instead of scribing like a dumbass. Well, I mean, if you're not a wizard, scribing it isn't an option. Understandable. Perception failed, that's fine. The bombs can flip levers through walls. There's a lever on this side to open the door.
What's that?
Unseen and unsightly. Yes. Let's explore.
That's curious.
It's a gnome's life for me.
Put that there. And I do have a spell slot for it. There's a fight I have to do first, though.
With ease.
Calm down, stomach. What am I doing for lunch today, chat? Nothing's open, probably, huh? Do I actually use the Shadow Lantern here? Need a body for that. I have a bunch of corpses in my camp chest. Shadow Lantern would be a pretty good distraction. Have that magic missile still for Balthazar. I need to make sure I save that. Do I still have... Detour. Need to go to the owlbear cave. I guess I didn't grab that on this attempt. Is the owlbear still there? The owlbear's still there. We'll fight her. I want the Oakfather's Embrace. The medium armor there does a radiant damage retort to undead that hit you. And I don't want that for the Justiciars. They have radiant retort. But there's a few things I could use that for. I want to grab it before I forget about it. You want to actually jump, man? Make the Shadow Lantern breathe. This thing's movement is terrible. Longstrider helps, but you really want to give it a flight potion. I'm just not at the point where I can spare that yet. Gale's doing his best, we love him for it. We do, Gale. I can Shillelagh this too. I can still have Ironvine shield benefit. I think I just forgot to loot properly.
A few goblins with her, at least.
Oh, we might not get owlbear cub with the order
Brave
of events I did, actually.
An owlbear, eh? These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
Yeah, this is the armor I was talking about. Undead creatures that hit the wearer receive 1 to 6 radiant damage. Beasts that hit the creature hit the wearer deal an additional 1 to 6. Just don't wear it against beasts. Two-handed weapon is better action economy than dual wielding. No. Not necessarily. Because, like, unless you take Great Weapon Master or Polearm Master, you have no way to attack with your bonus action with that two-hander. With dual wielding, you have the option to attack with your main hand, you have the option to attack with your offhand using your bonus action. So, like, it depends. One is not inherently... Or I should say, two-hander is not inherently better action combo. I feel like I need to invest in Thief for the second strike. Why? So, like, take these hand crossbows, for example. That's main action. That's bonus action. No Thief required, that's 2 shots in a turn. Thief, you are giving up 3 entire levels to do the offhand one again. I really don't think that's worth it. Especially because if you want an extra shot, okay, take extra attack. Take a class that gets extra attack up to 5 or 6, whichever.
Anything you want to say?
There's also the sticking point of Thief is competing for a slot with Assassin. I think outside of like monk stuff and specifically trying to style with extra bonus actions, it is hard to justify Thief over Assassin. Not impossible, just hard. Because even outside of the auto crits, Assassin gets advantage on their first turn of combat as long as they are ahead of things in the turn order. This also applies to things on their first turn of combat, I should say. So if something enters the combat late, like let's say you're fighting someone and they summon something, if it's that thing's first turn, you still get advantage against them, as long as you're ahead of them in the turn order. An advantage is required to sneak attack. It's also overall crit chance increase. It's overall accuracy increase. And the other thing Assassin gets is they action refresh with anything that they start combat with. Meaning you could do 2 stabs or shots to open by leaving your dual wield toggle on and still have full actions available. You could engage combat with a Cloud Kill scroll and then immediately reposition it for double ticks on the first turn. You could start with a big old fireball. You could do a lot of things. He has a fighter sorcerer enlarges themselves for melee attacks. So pure class fighter gets improved extra attack at level 11. 3 attacks per action. Action Surge also gets that extra attack. So you are getting 6 attacks with nothing else going on. Versus if you gave up some of those levels for Thief, sure, you have the option to attack with your bonus action, but like, what are you attacking with? Because two-handers do not inherently have a bonus action attack. You would have to be dual-wielding, or you would have to be shooting an offhand hand crossbow, which is still dual-wielding. Or you'd have to be using a weapon that specifically has the ability to bonus action attack, like Duelist Prerogative, like Belm, like Gortash's crossbow. You said you wanted Sorcerer in the build. I'm getting to that. If you were going for extra bonus action stuff, think of the opportunity cost of Thief plus enough Sorcerer to get Quicken Spell. That's 3 Sorcerer for Quicken Spell. That's 3 Rogue for Thief. That's half of your overall levels. Sure, at 6 Fighter, you are still getting 2 feats, which makes Fighter a better candidate if you're going for 6 levels than I think any other class at that point. And that's nice. But, like, the question is it worth it? You get a decent amount of spell slots if you go Eldritch Knight at that point. I just think if you're going with the concept of enlarge and hit things a lot, I wouldn't really stress the bonus actions too much. Personally. But then again, if you were to go with a monk angle, enlarging does help with monk with punches. So if you did something like, you know, the standard thief dip to get that extra flurry of blows every turn, you did something like concentrate on enlarge from a scroll or enlarge yourself as a Dwergar with extra attack, you could punch twice with your main action, each benefiting from enlarge. Do 2 flurry of blows, so it's 6 total punches, enlarge on each of them. That'd be good value. But that's typically why people take Thief on Monk, because doing lots of little numbers. I was getting so in-depth in your answers, really appreciate the time to take. Yeah, of course, Bastion, man, of course. I like talking shop. Hey, Urban Mech. How's Punch Me in the Face Gale doing? Going well. Resource consumption is a bit of a problem right now, but that's kind of to be expected.
Very well.
I want the DR from Adamantine armor here. If I change up something like this, still have an AC that can somewhat reasonably be hit. Could unequip the shield, put on a 15 AC. And an acid surface this way. I think that'll be the play. That's if I want them to hit me, though. We do this for now. What am I gonna concentrate on? I do want them to hit me. Lots of daily abilities all vying for class levels. Get this fire shield going. Daredevil gloves. Concentrate on. Will it be Hex? It'll probably be Hex. Could do Stone Skin. Nightsinger's Favor. This is a bit of an expensive book, but yeah, let's do it. That gets my ward up all the way too. While we're here, I will coat my crossbows.
You upset.
That's best looking rope. Looking rope block behind being evil. Infernal rope does look so good. You're so right. Alright, my shadow is way ahead of me in turn order, and see the movement problem? It has no dash, it has no jump, it has no teleport. A Blight Potion helps out a lot here, but recently learned there's a second you just need to kill KO Isabel. You have to do very specific things for Isabel to even have a lootable corpse. Like, the earliest point where Isabel's corpse can be lootable without bugging out is after killing Daemalin. Like, Isabel in Last Light, you kill Daemalin, then you can go to Last Light and loot Isabel's corpse. Otherwise, if she's in Last Light when it falls, and you are there, then you could loot her corpse during the Merkle fight. But it's very much like an Act 3 item, which is a shame because then it's competing with a bunch of stuff that's way better than it. We'll speed it up here.
Let's light
Naked Shadow. Very useful. I forgot about the layer. I'll do that this turn. Sing on some damage. Ultra Bead. Yeah, you can Shalou the Shadow Lantern, which is really useful. Make sure you hit me. So we'll reckless attack, so you have advantage.
Good move.
Hey, Astronomer. Know your gear right now. You can get caught. Pretty useful. Plan on bringing in Shovel on the turn where I'm lethargic. So Shadow's AC. I think I need to get its AC higher so they go for me. Yeah. I need to get its AC up. Reckless attack, so advantage. I don't have any arcane ward. Full lag at this though. Hit me. Not gonna help trick you yet. I'll go to you though. Good damage. If we're having mage armor would be nice because I'd cast it on the shadow right now. Field of Thralls. Do I do anything else? I guess I'll copy you.
Step by step.
Now we get Shovel in. Just needed her there. Every single time I tune in, I'm blown away by how fast you move. Hey, so hope your day's going well. Shadow. Guess I should have put lantern down. Shadow's accuracy is not great today. Shadow, there's no point in me rebuking you. We're back at this. I have my other retorts. Huge crit. Much needed. Pop the shield. I'll roll a little better. 1 damage, come on. Tanking Shovel. recast armor back at this. I have 2 ward now. How much shillelagh do I still have? 7 turrets. Cool. The archer's stunned.
In striking distance.
Eldritch Rebuke. I'll keep pouring healing potions into this. It's too useful. Three left. Rebuke. Daredevil buffs will let me make Eldritch Blast as a melee attack roll. How can my shadow be blinded by darkness? Does anyone want to take a stab at explaining that one? So the spot I'm in now is I actually do need to... I needed to save that second level spell slot. I forgot in the moment. Should have done level 1 Agathis. I need to lose this stone skin because I need 8 slots back. Anything I can do with this first level slot that I'm about to lose access to? Do that. Here's the explanation. You made a bunch of assumptions in the game set. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
With haste.
Now that I have spell slots again, we can knock. Gloves of Dex are here, so my initiative isn't horrible. Still gonna be bad. I need Haste Helm. Boots of Speed. Wasn't that cool.
Trespasser. Fat lapdog.
And level 3 magic missile.
Torment.
here? Okay, they'll no longer look for me. No, we just wait. Hopefully Balthazar's side doesn't do horribly. I'd like them to do okay. Balthazar was so surprised that he one-shot that he didn't use his second action. Oh. Weird. Back to Plot Hell Desk to help my constitution saving throws for concentration purposes. Close of decks I need to keep for initiative for a little bit. I can mostly just step over here. Before I close the door, I'm gonna send Invisible Shovel in so that I can still spectate. Maybe I use the lantern long term. I hadn't really thought about it. It's also very thematic for Gale, you know, using the Gale item in the build.
I speak, they burn.
Where are you going? That was quite the move. A Crusader won't spawn into that. No, that's good. Unless he moves it. Speed-wise, where will this put? I hadn't considered how I'm doing house and defense in this. It's my turn.
Let me recite their demise. An invisibility spell works too, you know.
Yeah, I guess that was the guys for
You shall live to regret this. Perhaps not.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with that cloud kill placement because the Crusader won't spawn with it. The fact that there's still a reconstituted, there's still two of them still alive at this point is Starside is doing pretty okay. wasn't so tedious, I would actually run this a bunch of times on Tactician, because I want to see how good Balthazar's chances of winning without his legendary action are. They're higher than with it, but... Wow, he immediately broke concentration. Never mind, he's throwing. Not much to comment on here. Just waiting. Balthazar having a skill issue like he did in my run. Gamer brain really wants to fireball that group, but it would accomplish nothing. But I want to. Part of me wants to try saving this fight until level 10 so that I can have Destroy Undead and extra attack and use Gandrel's bow on Balthazar. Something like a 5 fighter, 5 cleric. Good nuts. I could shoot him like 5 times. Up to 30 bonus radiant damage each shot. Oh. That was big damage to the Crusader. I don't like that. I don't normally like Crusader and Flesh fighting each other because the Crusader can lose that if it doesn't manage its umbral form well. But it's nearly untouched. They should start taking significant losses next turn. Did this for the first time, Balthazar refused to do anything and to fight a lot of Justiciars myself. Yeah, depending on how lucky or unlucky you are, you can be left with a lot of Justiciars to clean up. Fortunately, their aggro is very, very, like, spotty. You can take them out in pockets as long as they're not too far, as long as they're not too close together. Like, if they were all to drop aggro right now, this group over here wouldn't aggro if I was fighting, like, this one here, as long as I don't move close enough to them. You can take them out in groups. They also don't heal, so you could chip them down between combats. If that's something your run allows. One run I unlocked the vault, and then I just moved the chests in the vault to barricade the door, and I did choke point AoEs, spike growth, alchemist fires, that kind of thing. The chests that are already there. Okay, we'll use them. From combat, let this play out, save or to resolve. If I want the XP from all of these things, there's two things I need to do. I need to make it so Balthazar's side is red rather than yellow. And I need to still be in the turn order. If I am not in the combat, I don't get XP for any of them. If I don't make Balthazar's side hostile, then I don't get XP for anything on that side that dies. But this way, no matter who wins, I get XP. Since they're all enemies. And it's technically a combat I'm participating in. Getting Balthi Red took a ridiculous amount of attacks too. I always use the magic missile from Air Misser, because it's consistent. It'll do it every time. 3rd level magic missile. Because it's a lot of individual instances to get someone to go hostile. Surprised the ghouls haven't gone down. Them going down, I guess, going down early wouldn't be great, because that would encourage Balthazar to res them. This works out nicely. He'll probably use no rest for the Wicked on his upcoming turn. His bonus action will be between that, shove, jump, and Misty Step, and he might be out of Misty Steps. The spawns haven't even finished yet. Balthazar's about to go down. Oh, right, you can fly. Perform. Your bonus action. Misty stuff. Do it more. Umbral form is up, so flesh can't hurt the Crusader until flesh starts doing thunder damage. But even then, Crusader's not low, so. This is no longer winnable for Balthazar's side, unless Balthazar were to hit a series of Bone Chill crits on the Crusader while getting hit by nothing else for the rest of the combat. So, as soon as the Crusader goes Umbral form, it's like GG. As long as there's no Cloud Kill on the board. This is another fight that would be miserable if initiative was on a d20. By Balthazar. Yeah, I got that 350 XP. If he was yellow outline for being neutral, I would have gotten that. Yep, there's a limit. No, we hit that limit. See, the portals disappeared? So this is all the spawns there will be. I like them grouping up this tightly. This is real nice. Hopefully they stay this group. Rough typing day to day, Velka. I've been there. Sometimes the fingers don't cooperate. Please stay grouped. Kinda hoping Flush would take a few more. Stop shadow stepping away. Don't be smart. Ooh, nice hit. 64 damage. Is that crit? Yeah. And that's not even, like, it's not like that Justiciar was vulnerable to that damage either. Flush just hit him for 64. Not even max roll. Because it can be 64 before bonuses. It can be up to 85. Yeah, don't fight Flush without crit immunity. Just hit you for 85 per hit of multi-attack. Just 170 damage if everything goes as bad as it possibly could. These three are close. What's my hit rate? Not terrible, actually. Close the door and delay me up. Blade Ward. Let's Hex. Miss. Nicely done. Ultra Rebuke. Hellish Rebuke. Still Hex. You don't want to opportunity attack me? Okay. I have 2 temp HP on this current Agathis left. I have no Arcane Ward. Still don't replace it yet. Cleric Domain. Nature. because I want Shillelagh. The reason why I took it was for Shillelagh. I needed to either take a Druid level, or Nature Cleric level, or Magic Initiate Druid.
If I must.
And I decided that of the options at the time, Nature Cleric was the ideal for the better selection of cantrips and the heavy armor proficiency.
I venture forth.
Can't really get to the vaults with where they are right now. If I had succeeded that perception for the Black Tentacles amulet, that would have been good here. Fleet Storm's not the worst. It's also not great. There is good old Firewall. But I don't really want to break my concentration yet. I like having this hex available.
Bother.
How will you react to this? Will you move? Okay, I can use that to move you.
Yes, yes.
Move much. You will move.
Robes will get dirty.
Rip, why'd you die? Call the weak. Right, forgot I have actually good call the weak range now.
Such a long way down.
Use Firebolt to light up light sources to remove Living Shadow.
Checkmate. Unseen and unsightly. The coward's root. A spell a day.
I didn't think I was that close. Absolutely love that that works. I need Shillelagh. Shadow right now. If I have the movement, I really want to give up high ground. Guess I could move this way.
As you wish.
Awkward. So Ironvine works on ranged attackers. That's very nice. I can still do damage rider shenanigans on that.
The lance board is set.
if you have Living Shadow. All the lights I created helped. I think I can safely reapply Hex. You? Losing the reapply Hex condition gave me my Arcane Ward. Of course it did. Why wouldn't it? You sound crazy.
Into the fray. Of course.
Shadow soaking the ranged attacks is good for me, and it dying means I can just switch to other weapons as well, so. We'll have it tank another round, hopefully.
One can't always be a gentleman.
That railing in the way is annoying. Maybe go over here.
May it please, Mistra.
Oh, miss. Manage. 6 wasn't enough to hit. Mildly interesting. Range. Like Wild Magic returns the Shadow Spell slot. A separate save file, it's worth testing. I haven't tested that. I tried the amulet and clicked restore 3rd level, and it didn't work on the Shadow Spell slot. So I operated under the assumption that it won't. But it is still untested, so maybe. Oh yeah, I'll hold tribute too. Still have a turn. Still have a stack of Arcane Ward. Rather. Shovel over here. Yeah, it would work in Warlock spell slot and the normal one? Yes. Yes, it did. Yet. Save spell slots for Rebuke. Summoning a Mage Hand wouldn't be the worst play. Blade would. Bit slow. Okay. Hit me. Need to do something more substantial now. A lot of rage charges. Talking Grasp was good damage on you. Heal again. Yeah.
Step to it.
Having better wisdom would help this Ironbind chip down these ranged guys. But the Hex is making that still do damage to you. I don't have lightning charges right now, that would be helping it. A Psionic Overload would speed this up, but I don't feel super confident in my available options for tanking. Shield of Thralls for temp HP. Blade Ward. Coffin Shot. Crit Miss. Lovely. I forgot to get the key to this, didn't I? I totally did. I have 18 decks right now. I could probably reasonably pick this lock. Shouldn't be necessary though. Big crit. Good Living Shadow. We'd have that. Couldn't see me because the candelabrum in the way. They're off the board. Reapplying Hex should give me my ward if I'm understanding how this pile of spaghetti works. Yep. Heal. Would really like if I could fire arrow. Yeah.
My turn.
Okay, no Living Shadow. I hit the candelabrum as well. 10. Ow. Blade Ward. Failing. I was trying to save that spell slot to knock that open, but there's still too many Justiciars, so I'm gonna need to rest between now and then.
No honor among snakes.
Resummon Shovel.
Quite ready for you.
I want High Wisdom now. Ironvine is badass. I guess I do have Ice Bite Rope available. If I... I would want Adamantine Shield for them. How high can I still get my AC? If I do something like... this... 16... That could be way worse. This would be a Ring of Protection situation, but skill issue on my part. Protection, I suppose. Bit of Sylvanas. Poison myself. Restoration. That's max ward. I think I've used the shield from the amulet this rest already. We'll go back to Spark. So I don't have DR anymore this way. This does get me an Armor of Agathis active. Just one Avenger. Are you a Soul Hunter? Oh, are you all melee? You are not. Looks like there's one Soul Hunter, two Soul Hunters. Switch back to Spell Sparkler. Should I have Adamantine Shield right now? I gotta go correct that. Are you actually undead or are you a construct? You're actually undead.
You've got the wrong man for this.
Can't hex this way, but see what we can accomplish. I would really like to take out this one.
It's a gnome's life for me.
Well, that works out.
It's a gnome's life for me.
Let me turn off Call a Week. Get that explosion. Surface.
Not this again.
Worked out nicely. Nice Cybermenoa, how are you? Shader's at half. A fireball would be so juicy here. So would an ice storm. Maybe I come back once I have an Ice Storm scroll. Because then I could have the action refresh. Pretty much get guaranteed surprise round. There's one Soul Hunter. 2 Soul Hunters. They need to go down. 3? Oh, you're 1 too. Okay. More than I thought. 3. Maybe I could pick that one off, but I highly doubt.
With ease.
Watch out, we're getting out of here.
Right away.
The self-same trial will be fucked up, because,
Nothing of value comes easy.
Barbarian self-same is like a demon. I'm really looking forward to that. Maybe I don't do self-same yet.
If I must. Onward.
Stealth trial. Guess I could prep magic missile. No, don't feel like dealing with that yet. Don't much feel like dealing with anything in the gauntlet at the moment. Maybe shouldn't have used this coffee.
Dead man walking.
Too dark to tell.
It's fine.
Heading out without Isabel's blessing. Have you got a death wish?
Said the thing. XP do the trials give? Not much collectively. Doing the trials themselves is no XP. Killing enemies within the trials and any associated inspirations are where you get the XP. I'm on Act 3 now, to be honest. I'm glad my row run is over. Not my favorite, maybe just not my playstyle. That's perfectly valid. Everyone's got playstyle preferences. Not that at all. Interesting. Throwing that didn't incur a surprise round. Didn't expect that at all.
Tolerable. May it please, Mistra. Such an undignified position to find oneself in.
There, nice and grouped.
How long will this take?
Question is, do I have an angle with a wood bulb?
The path less traveled.
How's the barricade coming along?
No honor among sneaks.
It'll need to.
Position over here. Artificer seems cool so far. Alchemist subclass been a little overwhelming. Ideas are there. Apparently the mod's abandoned. Ah, unfortunate.
Such a long way down.
I don't want a retaliation tank. These guys, I mean, unless I put non-lethal on, actually that would be fine. Then they just knock themselves out, not explode. See if it becomes necessary.
You've got the wrong man for this.
You gonna, like, follow me? No? You're just chilling? Okay. It's good. My protection from evil and good does nothing for me here, really. X.
Knight to king 5.
Here.
What fools these mortals be.
Let's see shovel.
Shuffle is gonna murderize you. Gonna eat your babies.
You moved from there to there with a dash. Oh, the most bloodthirsty summon ever. Knows what she's about.
Don't know what hit him.
Didn't expect that to hit, but that works out nicely. Ooh, that grouping. Ooh. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Have lighting charges. Can jumping there for high ground makes sense, but let's
As you
try
wish.
this. Weapon range. Surely you're in the throw range though, right? Yeah, you are.
Yes, of course.
Drop the biz. Put it up again.
Mistra Rill.
for shovel. Fail, and maybe be close enough to try to constrict me. I bring a free action, so it won't restrain me. It can damage me. Okay, no, you're dashing. Good. Don't go undercover. That'd be rude.
No gloom, all doom.
It's a pretty low risk way to use shovel if you don't have permanent shovel and you want to maximize her value before you eventually lose her.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Not sure it's worth saying. Tree doesn't seem to have intelligence. It helps with minor illusion use, but doesn't really impact much.
Of course. Interesting.
I won't deal with the mound until after that with Oliver. That'll be a while. I could use a Father's Embrace over there. I want to change elixirs to Peerless Focus. I guess I'd use Hellgiant Club. Hey, Mix Fox, how are you? This should work out fine. Maybe. 5 scrolls to get additional summon pressure and not a surplus. Not worth it. You have a fire shield scroll though, still. Is that if necessary? It'll probably be necessary. As you don't do the Marcus Isabel kidnapping counter. Nothing. It's a entirely optional thing. Fully skippable. It's something that gives you trouble.
Yes, yes. Let's explore.
Someone's coming. Someone new.
Maybe they want to play. Will you play with me? I'm Oliver. Or find me, and you win. Get ready. I win! I win! Good idea. Try to find.
Coward's root.
I don't love my damage options here. With fighting your honor runs? Yes. It is XP, so I do it. Attack with dexterity. Ability drain yet. So this is the one that just does the necrotic attack. This is the one that tries to sleep. Can't be put to sleep because of my elixir. So let's get rid of Doggy.
On my way.
Doggy does not have necrotic immunity. Rise round. Wait, no, I want to be
Now
here.
flank. Now smart.
HP on Shadow, I guess. We're a construct. Why is this a construct? It's a social construct, bro. Fine. Did, like, no damage. Order of Nature from Oakfather's Embrace. This attack to impose advantage on their attack. Hit me, you take big damage. Finish you off. We'll live that because of heroism. Honestly. honestly. That was such a good result. You here? Are you gonna start taking monk levels in your build? Hadn't planned on it. I could be convinced. Cook. Galen just aggro's my camp because I bid a hireling anyway at the end of the fight. If you stick dominate person onto her, or if you get her to look for you and fail to find you, and you're the only one she's looking for. This happened to me and my paladin run in the Act 3 camp. Everyone else in camp, you know, Aelin one-shot Halsin and killed him, which was based. But then everyone else beat her up, mostly led by Minthara, and then I cast Dominate Person on her while she was down, and then the fight ended. You either need to make her think that you're no longer there, or you need to make her friendly by force. That sounds terrible out of context. Try to get the Diva Mace, not realizing I hadn't properly recruited Halsin, permadead next to Karlach's tent. Yeah, you gotta put him in the party once. I did, so Halsin wasn't permadead, but it was really funny that Aelin killed him. I enjoyed that a lot. You'll still take piercing and radiant damage from this. I can switch from Boots of Striding, Speedy Light Feet. Resisted to like that. You going up there is awkward. The coding that'll help right now. So Psionic Overload's not a bad click, but dash for lightning charges. Those 7 turns in Shillelagh.
Pawn to cleric 4.
And skip the full nitro down. Huge damage. Look at all of that. Don't look out for me because everyone's hitting her. Then everyone else has to die. any ward. I have ward. Reckless attack. You have advantage. Hit me. All that. Sure. Polish rebuke. Did life drain me? That's unfortunate. I'm gonna rest soon anyway. Turns left on this. Foil this. This is unfortunate, but I still get reckless attack, so it's fine. Rebuke. That was a lot of fun.
Up for debate?
You...
Most excellent.
Been wanting to use this armor for a while, and I'm glad I finally got to. It's great against those shadows. Ironvine and Order of Nature are interesting because they are not melee exclusive damage retorts. Things can hit you with ranged attacks. So I should also be using these against the Necromites on the roof. Maybe in combination with Holy Lance Helm, so that if they miss me, they take damage. If they hit me, they take damage. I'll need Adamantine Shield for crit protection for that. That's on my short list of to-do items anyway. Not too far off level 8. Dealing with the rest of those Justiciars gets me closer, and it also gets me Callous Glow. I did get the Gauntlet of Shar fast travel, so go over there. The reason I let her live is Damon. I want to do the whole carrying to safety, killing everyone thing. Yeah, that's a valid reason. You also get the prison fight, which is a lot of XP. During the assault on Moonrise, there's a fight in the prison that is only there if Aelin's alive. With a lot of enemies. It's a fun one. The mentally unstable Asimar at camp's pretty annoying. I mean, like everyone else in the camp, hot and unstable. I guess you can have Isabel there, who is pretty stable, I suppose. Like, who's the most sane person you can have in camp? It's probably Isabel. Maybe Shadowheart's dad. He seems pretty solid. Shadowheart's mom, you know, she went through some shit. She's not doing so great. Reed Derek. Reed Derek doesn't have a personality. Unless being a Dwergar is a personality trait, in which case, yes, she has the best personality. That's the most stable camp companion. Weighing my options here. Waking up Art will be a little bit of XP, but I'm kind of saving that for post Minthara rescue because that's a noble inspiration. So if I want a point, I can get that. Jaheira seems remarkably level-headed, all things considered. Yeah, Jaheira's been through a lot, and she has definitely mellowed out a bit in her old age. She's more stable in BG3 than she was in 2. She was going through some very complex shit in BG2. So yeah. So Jaheira and Isabel can go in the hot and stable category. Everyone else is hot and unstable. I guess Will's kind of stable, huh? Maybe Will can go in that category too. Finish that group outside the morgue, but I think I want more resources for that. Yeah, I think no matter how I slice, I need to rest here. Let's do that. Who's Will? Damn. To do my man like that. Hey, Tara wants to talk to me.
Mr. Dekarios, there you are. I was curled up here quite comfortably when I was suddenly overcome with uneasiness. A Tressim's intuition is rarely wrong. What's happened?
You have keen eye, Tara. I drew power from a source of shadow magic like several days ago, but she can talk again. She's fixed. She's all better.
You did what? What the devil has got into you? You may as well leave your life lessons in a
Came back to
for all
school.
the good
She was
they do.
here, she just wouldn't talk to me. It looked like she was gone, but I think there was just one campsite where she wasn't rendering in. Promise, these shadow powers will help us, even if they are impure.
I'll believe it when I see it, and not a moment before.
Well, that might fix her this conversation.
Very
I don't know why it
Mr.
wasn't available
Dekarios.
until now. I guess it
You're
just
on a
required enough
terrifying
rest.
Road. One misstep could be your last, and then I'd be, oh, terribly cranky.
I do not have great attitude with Tara. So that's a concern, but it'll be fine. I need another C invis now. We'll figure that out. I can sell stuff at Moonrise. Need to make sure to loot the water from all of Halsin's campsites before I rescue Minthara, and he becomes homeless.
First time since the orb sank its
approval.
claws into your
It's the same
chest, you
thing.
feel your pulse quicken with a familiar sense of power. In crafting the Shadow Lantern, you recaptured a taste of what you once had. The power to create, to compel, that you still live and breathe. Or is her silence merely the hope that you may yet follow the self-destructive path she desires, without the need to fall? Mistress Fate is none of your concern, but you will not allow. If the orb is the
Gale Origin's great. You have a lot of opportunity to roleplay an interesting character.
I never met a skeleton before. Are you know,
You can very much choose Gale's intentions with, you know, the interactions with Mistra, with Elminster, what its motivations actually are. And you do see a lot of that with Companion Gale, where he can fit in a good party, he can fit in an evil party, he can fit anywhere in between. He's very corruptible, but he is also very obstinate about doing right. Now, some of that is through the lens of his own experiences. For example, he gets absolutely livid with the whole Arabella situation if he's in your party there, because he sees himself in that. He sees Mistra writing him off in much the same way as
Can I touch your face?
Arabella being put in an impossible situation she's not equipped to handle. He sees the same thing with Nettie trying to poison you. He sees it in that as well. Gale's an interesting character. He'll actually rant about the Nettie thing. Hey, stubborn old dude, how are you? Use Ice Bite Robe for a bit. What armor do I want to use right now is the question. I think I'll stick with Oak Fathers. Oh, I need to... Level 2 Agathis, I suppose. Save the big one for an emergency. Yeah, we'll rock it like this. The stream I watch seems like the entire chat murders Nettie every run, never considered killing her. Oh yeah, I murdered the shit out of Nettie. 1, she's made of XP. 2, she's a trash person. I think a lot of people get taken in by her having a pleasant voice. But Nettie is a fucking monster if you look at her actions and her words. Barbarian actually fits his personality, does it? Oh, by the way, I had a bad day. I only sit down like now with a big bowl of noodles. Ooh, noodles sound delightful. Feeling like shit. Luckily Friday tomorrow. Luckily Friday tomorrow. Alright. Now this door is finally unlocked. For the deception check.
A deep, ancient contempt wells within you. To steal a boon from these upstart, an overwhelming.
It's my necrotic resistance for the day. Player spawn's a pretty good reason for most of her actions. Okay. Justify her participating in the wholesale massacre of a bunch of refugees, including children. Yeah. Because if Quag gives the order, there is one druid that doesn't comply, and it's not Nettie. Is it Wrath? It is. Wrath's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's like, hey, maybe we shouldn't kill refugees and children. And that makes him the odd one out in the entire grove, including Halsin, including Nettie. The bird chick outside. Does she not? Usually she's dead by that point. But good for her. So, 2 good people in the grove. Again, not Halcyon and Nettie. Refuses to take part. Legend. I'll maybe consider not killing her. I think she's only like 10 XP anyway. Survey the situation here. I would really like Callous Flow. Eddie's typical lawful neutral character. I mean, I don't really see how lawful applies to her. Sure, maybe an argument for just neutral, as in bereft of any sort of moral code at all. Not necessarily a rampaging lunatic, but bereft of any sort of moral inclinations. Alright, cool. Doing what her boss says. That doesn't inherently make you lawful. It's one thing that can contribute, sure, but that doesn't make you inherently lawful. If the boss is the king, you can have a neutral evil character who follows orders. It does not inherently make you lawful. I feel like me knocking this door will aggro them.
Wait. Not this again. Certainly.
Can I move them another step? Where's this being thrown from? Whole unlawful good neutral evil paradigm is unhelpfully reductive for most characters. The bad framework assumes characters won't change or respond to events in uncharacteristic ways. Also true.
Let's go.
Very true.
The coward's root.
Only those two. Okay, that's reasonable.
Swiftly now.
It's a framework at least like in physics where we assume spherical cows on visionless planes. So unless the paradigm is referenced for role-playing purposes. I mean, like Crypto said, it is reductive. You don't need to have such rigid labels for character alignment. You can still work within the sphere of good, evil, neutral to good effect. You can still work within the spheres of lawful and chaotic to good effect. It's just you don't need to always apply both, because then it becomes reductive. Because, like, for example, the whole discussion we just had about lawful neutral versus removing the lawful part. Like, a neutral evil character could see that following an order is to their benefit and then follow it. That's still acting within their alignment. So, like, how do you decide? I would say Nettie participating in the massacre of refugees for any reason at all is an evil action. D&D doing away with super strict alignment restrictions is definitely for the better. I think it just gives you more room. I like it too. Closer to life, people change. True, old man Otis. True. People are not so simple to be put in such rigid categories. Most of the time, anyway. We all know one person who's a walking cartoon character.
Diligence and care.
The dagger had a better projectile arc than I was requested. Stalker gloves just give you 1d4 on your sneak attack. Somehow thought you get 1d4 for each dice you have in sneak attack, missing something that is bad. So that 1d4 the Stalker gloves give, well, on top of the item, also giving you +1 initiative. That's useful. That 1d4 is its own instance of damage, meaning it can get certain bonuses that other bonus damage doesn't normally get. Do my best to ignore the walk. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Crypto. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it immensely. Thank you so much. Happy Freedom Day. Happy Thursday. I'll go with happy Thursday. Hope everyone does have a wonderful day, though, no matter what you're choosing to do with your day. You, and you. Those are why I can't get in here. I guess I'll use an invis spot. I only have 2. Do I have an invis scroll, maybe? We'll use that. I don't. Alright, I'll use the pot.
Very well.
She's just a girl.
Blow up your hands, Day.
There you go, Quag.
It's a gnome's life for me.
Ooh, stone scale. Winter binding's not bad. Double stack of vigil. Hell yeah. Alright, that was a lucrative room. Even outside of the fixed loot.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
What a weird combination of gear.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
And Dex gloves are only for when I need initiative. Surprising amount of Act 1 gear. Well, here's what the gear is gonna actually look like in practice in combat. Yes, the glove slot is supposed to be empty. I'm gonna be unequipping that a lot. That's so that my AC goes down from 17 to 14. Breakdown here is -1 from the 8 dex. 13 from armor, 2 from shield. So, athletics boots. These are for lighting charges when I dash. Lighting charges will individually go on all of my damage retorts. So with this setup, I can have Hex, Psionic Overload, Fire Shield, Armor of Agathis, Lighting Charges, Oakfather's Embrace, Flesh Melter Cloak, Iron Vine. So the actual retaliation effects are Iron Vine, Flesh Melter, Order of Nature, Fire Shield Agathis. So that's 5. And then I can Hellish Rebuke for a 6th. So that's 6 instances of damage. All of them except for Hellish Rebuke getting X. All of them, including Hellish Rebuke, getting Lighting Charges, Callous Glow. If this was a duo, I could have a second person standing there with Valor Loop Shrieking. Or silly effect. I've got some stuff to sell, so let's go over to Moonrise. Right. I'm gonna sell some stuff, then go back to Grimforge. Go get the shield mold. And craft the adamantine shield. Consider some type of radiant orb in the build. Coruscation ring could work. But the thing is with radiating orb, that makes things unable to hit me. I want them to hit me.
The absolute war
But we can't use a mannequin or something.
How may I serve?
Sentinel shield for initiative is something I'm gonna need to pick up eventually.
Slop.
I can do that.
Hopefully Ro has an Ice Storm scroll. That'd be very helpful right now.
Ever at your service.
Need more invis. Not quite what I want, but I ran out of Fire Shield scrolls too, so I should replenish that. I need C invis. Need to sell that Darkness scroll to Ethel. I guess Ethel is something I could put on the short list of things to do. Lightning bolt here. If I dexterity hex one of the paladins outside the front door after getting a surprise round with shovel and entering it myself with create water, I have disadvantage on the save on the lightning bolt and be vulnerable. Do good damage. Not something I need to mess with yet though. Oh, my Storm Scrolls is really weird, though. And 3rd level elixirs or beefier Agathis. Action from evil and good scrolls. I afford a fire shield at least. Not really. I really don't want to give up Spider Silk Armor yet, because low AC advantage on Constitution is nice. The number of times I've lost my Hex to rolling a nat 1 today, it's 3. Not remembering, either 2 or 3. More than I like. I guess I could still play a Binder. I'm not going to use that. I've yet to cast that on any run. I'm sure there's a good use. I've just not been privy to it. I like that Blight Scroll as well. Looking unreasonable right now. I could go for the shadows from destroying the Necromancy of Stay now, I suppose. Infernal Iron's vendor trash now.
And on.
I do that here? Or would I do that? If I do it right here, Moonrise Guards would probably help me. Let's sign some shit. Not prepped anymore. Whiff of Warding to get my axe back isn't the worst thing to keep prepped. I can cast it from my Shadow spell slot. Moon Lantern. Radiant. Actually could work out to my advantage. I have Devil Sight, so I can just be in this darkness. No worries. Never considered weaponizing these shadows. It's something I'll have to keep in mind. To be in darkness. There's a Warlock invocation, Devil's Sight, which gives you immunity to blind from darkness and superior dark vision. Oh, there's the Featherfall Scroll I gave that guy earlier. I want to third party them so bad. don't have a really super satisfactory option for that. I should have prepped Fireball, I guess. Although, I do have Old Reliable. Do I think both of these shadows get taken out in one turn? Unless this one goes into the Guardian of Faith, I doubt it, but I might not get the XP for the tool if I wait any longer. Some shovel too. I'm smart. Stash for lightning charges. Drink a speed pot. Now they're mad at me. Your enemy? It's fine. I got time to deal with this.
Forthwith.
So you're human. Okay. I take advantage of double sight here. Still frightened. Now you can hit me very hard, but you can't crit me. Do you still want to get Blade here? Be lethargic next turn. Let's get damage. Shillelagh. I'm gonna Hex Strength. Okay. Okay, or not. Now you hit me.
There's a parasite in that
Fucking
corpse,
die.
brimming with potent magic.
Yeah, that'll do it. I took 11 damage and you took a lot more than 11. Stage right now. And And I did get the XP from those shadows. That's pretty nice. So I bought this. Let's use this. Get a big armor back at this going. Now I can change elixirs to customize for whatever I'm gonna fight next. What do I think I'm gonna fight next? Going to Grimforge to get the adamantine shield made. I haven't dealt with those methods. I don't want to be surprised. Vigilance. I'm not activating the aid from this yet because I can do this to get 2 ward stacks whenever I need them. I'm just kind of keeping the amulet equipped right now. For that reason, I can go to Psychic Spark for a bit. And in my wizard slot, I can prep Magic Missile. We're gonna go to Ancient Forge. Gonna kill the Mephits for Oil of Combustion mats, also for XP. I already used the mithril that's there, so I'll need to get the mithril that's past where the animated armors are. I don't need to fight to get that, but I may as well fight them too. Then I'll need to go grab the shield bolt.
Most excellent.
Get Dolly before I forget. The return
Anything you
trip.
want to say? Any.
Let's fight it for right now.
If I must. Step by step.
No, thank you for taking all of my actions, game. Backlash, heat metal on one of you, I guess. Right. Oh, okay. Guess they know they can't do damage. Claws. Just magic missile. Probably gone. Get 2 ward from that. Changing my equip load. More ward from that. Doing a casual Karlach run, no run to Romance Minthara. I gotta say, on armor defense a lot stronger than I thought it would be. Side benefit to 20 con, never lose concentration in any spell despite eating a ton of damage. I do like Constitution for unarmored defense purposes. I do think that is one of the better use cases for the feature, and like you said, it helps concentration. So in a spellcasty barbarian of this nature, yeah, it's real nice. I'm not benefiting because I'm intentionally lowering my AC, but I do like it a lot. Though, if you decide to go for a Bone Spike Garb as well, the strength of that damage retort is your Constitution modifier, and it's piercing. if you had a ballast armor partner next to you, for example. Could be quite effective. I forgot to actually loot the methods. That's fine. I sent out stock about Bloodless Elixir's always low on them. For crafting, if you're not already, you can use a Transmutation Wizard to have a chance to get double crafts. They just need to pass a DC 15 medicine check. So since medicine is a wisdom check, you want them to have as much wisdom as possible. You want them to have enhanced ability, the wisdom version on, so they have advantage on the roll. And then you want to get them expertise in the skill if you can. You can basically make it so you will always get double potions on a craft as long as that person doesn't roll double once you get enough bonuses. So that's double each time you make them yourself. There's a Warg Fang in the Creche, in the room where you find Elika's corpse, if she makes it there. There's wargs at the checkpoint on the way to the Goblin Camp. There's wargs in the prison in the Goblin Camp. So you can get a few crafts off of those. Otherwise, you're looking at Dareth's inventory, Dareth Bone Cloak. Even without having guaranteed 2 times, it's super helpful to have. It is. Run a solo, not comfortable with that? Fair enough. Then you're looking at those locations for the ones that you don't need to buy the mats for. Otherwise, you're looking at checking Dareth Bone Cloak's inventory very frequently. Hex you. I just go for this. Self-successful athletics failed. Still hiding. Oh. Okay. Sure. They're looking for me. They have to be here. Uh-huh. Let's try that again. Oh, failed athletics. Successful. Next, your dexterity. Well, you died. Okay. Very high rolls. Oh no, I forgot I have agonizing blast actually. Above average rolls, but Don't want you to hit me yet.
On my
so
way.
I'll make some more distance. Dash. Reapply Hex. I think I ran too far. It's fine. Workable. Shillelagh. Blade Forge. Push Rebuke. Let's put down Moon Lantern. Make sure I get Callous Glow. Rebuke. I guess I didn't need to. You had 3 HP. Oh, look at that. That's certainly some damage. Not a short rest yet. Get some comfortable switching off of this for now. Get that back. And we did level up. So my options are third level in Warlock to level up my Warlock spell slots to second level. And I get a Pact Moon this way. If I go Pact of the Blade and then Shillelagh, what does it go off of? Does it get confused? Back to the Chain. I have Shovel, I don't really care about that. Back to the Tome would give me access to Vicious Mockery. Not useful right now. Downplaying the Imp? No. It's just very comparable to Shovel. Which is to say it's good, but I do already have Shovel. And I can't have both out at the same time. I could pick up Dissonant Whispers. Or Arms of Hadar. I really like Arms of Hadar here. I'll rule Skeptic and Fly as an acid attack and fire immunity. Yeah. Fire immunity is not really relevant to anything I need it for. Acid attack's cool. How's its dexterity? You know off the top of your head? It's a poison attack, not an acid, and it's conditional. It's not as good. I'm not going to use a spell slot on that. Let's take the Bard level. Now, another interpretation of this build is you could go Bearheart for the resists to everything. Wildheart, Bearheart. Of course. But I do want to do Wild Magic. Let's do that. My ward there. Alright. I launched over myself, didn't I? Whoopsie. Okay, let's grab that, and then we need to get the shield mold. I'm hoping that going over to the area where the shield mold is doesn't stop Rithvar from talking to me, but I think it will. Get ward whenever you get a wild magic condition. Probably. I'm getting ward whenever I rage already. If I don't have ward when I start raging. So, probably.
Let's take a gander.
An artifact and remarkably blood-free. Rare thing indeed.
Light potion. Should kill the ogres while I'm in Act 1 as well.
What's that watchword? Lux Splendor. I don't quite see how that's relevant.
Field molds. Deal with American and masks and stuff here, but do I do that now? No, I don't. Back to Ancient Forge. Hey Dan, how you doing? That. I should be allowed to use Baromancy just today. Only if I blow myself up, right?
Easy enough.
Hopefully make it through TSA. Now that we have this, I have 3 different slots I can use to get crit immunity. On situations where I don't want to Iron Vine, I use the Adamantine Shield instead, which frees up my helmet and chest slot. Now where do I go now? There was something I wanted that for. Right, for, roof. I do something like... Maybe I don't need Holy Lance. I gotta stick with this. Got that Blight Scroll, right? Need to get a Blight Scroll. Okay, yeah. The idea for Moonrise Roof will be... I get a surprise round on the Necromancer, burst her down. If need be, I can Luck of the Far Realms, Surge and Subjugation to paralyze her. And then the Necromites are going to be taking a lot from Oakfather's Embrace and Ironvine Shield in combination. Flesh Melter Cloak won't be applicable. It's fine. Put a good poison on this if I'm doing that. I should kill the ogres while I'm in this map. Give me, easier Night Singer's favor by doing a religion check. Call them right here and use the Forge Hammer on them. That'd be pretty toxic, huh? That I'll use some goblins. Be small. Didn't really want them up here, but hoping they'd spawn down there. Already got the XP for these goblins, but they make a decent distraction. Ooh, the Warp Companion will actually help. Maybe.
Certainly.
Okay, see you. I don't want them hitting me right now. Just makes my AC is low. I like it being next to that fire wine barrel. I recruited Minthara before, apparently I can go back to active one areas now. You can. Minthara will start a dialogue, but if you make it so you can't talk, then you can bring her with you. It's very buggy, and there's a lot of dialogues that didn't account for her being able to be there, but you can. It's a workaround, but you can. I lost my concentration. I guess I'll rage, huh? Let's Agathis first. What do we get? Ooh. Shadowy tendrils. Is that just a passive effect? Cool. Tank is having a bad time down there. Burning, poisoned, ensnared. Crit, yeah. Fury of the Small. Look at that 8 damage on that. Oof. Let's heal. Low on healing supplies. Realizing now. Overload. What? Hellish Rebuke. We're back in camp. Oh yeah, she just won't go back with you to areas other than the Shadow Curse lands. When you go back to the Shadow Curse lands, she'll just be in your camp there. Already got the XP from these, so I can throw heavy things. Bridge. This holiday. Like I shovel can just hang out and pot kill. It's nice. Orc doesn't seem to want to move. Oh, they're right here. An angle on you? No. Oh hey, that got bored. Right. Spaghetti fucking ability. Silly. Went through a lot of resources there, but that's fine. I got what I was here for. Switch this out now. Of course that gave me ward back, why wouldn't it? I can do with this spell slot right now. Mage armor double. Elixir wise, I'm gonna change it now, actually. Strength elixir makes sense, right? Then I don't necessarily need to use Giant Club. What else could I use? I haven't investigated using the Woodlode's weapon on this. It would probably be pretty insane. Oh, maybe I don't do that. Spell Sparkler, or oh, I could Shadow Lantern. Yeah, I think I Shadow Lantern. Fine, whatever. Yeah, we'll go with Strength Elixir. Mage armor scroll by any chance? No, that's fine. I can drop my disguise. Go pay a visit to Blurk. Gotta buy one down there.
Could sustain an entire village if seeded properly. Let us confer.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Have one for Blurk. Awkward. A few other stuff I like though. I need C invis. I guess from Bolo. Unless I already bought that one. I don't remember. I don't think I did. But I probably did. No, I have one. Cool. Never mind. We're good.
Very well. I should get a mask.
We'll maximize this. I'm gonna go have Priestess Gut Shield of Faith my Shadow. Not me. And not Shovel, but the Shadow.
Yes.
Don't dismiss here. Dismiss out here, just in case. Boulette is still something I have to deal with. I'm remembering now. We'll figure that out. I have enough HP that can't one-shot me anymore, but it can still be wildly annoying.
Come.
You need an elixir. You have 18 AC now. Colossus even work on your attack? I think so. Battle Mage be okay, but that's an expensive investment there.
At the ready. My magic.
There's viciousness. Check Dara's inventory.
Adventure awaits.
Yeah, I'll want the shadow to be elixir buffed.
Let's chat.
Let's just buy one that's relevant to it.
Well?
Forgot I need healing potions too. I'm not gonna be able to afford all this. It's okay, we'll make it work. Next level is Wizards. Next level is Barbarian. That'll be my first feat. I don't know what I'd do with that feat, to be honest. Figure it out. viciousness just because I'm not willing to use anything else.
Which way to the nearest library?
Back to Moonrise now. Morning or other, depending on how you doing, Squiz. Just the question is what I concentrate on the roof, if at all. I maybe just rage for the wild magic surge. Extra damage on Necromancer.
On my way.
Need to sell more stuff. Because I have to need an opener. That's Ice Storm or Blight. Or Blight. Wild magic is wizard. There's no wild magic wizard subclass. There's sorcerer and there's barbarian. I chose it on barbarian. The way it works on barbarian is fundamentally different to the way it works on sorcerer. I don't get wild magic surges on casting spells. I get one when I start raging. And it pulls from a different table of surges. Almost all of the barbarian ones are purely beneficial, whereas many of the sorcerer ones are double-edged or actively detrimental.
Word.
Many hearts.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slaughter.
Ever at your service.
I could sell that gaseous form scroll.
An honor.
For the next person, yeah, of course.
Those crates. Where do you hail? Going back to camp to teleport my summons to me. Hey Cons, how's the stream going? It's good. How was yours? Tell me all about it. I hate that I can't catch yours, but I can at least say hi. Not much progress, just giving the viewers the Astarian romance their heart desires so much. Are you trying to fix him, or are you trying to make him worse on this particular run?
The grind to level 5. Yeah, that's like the longest part of the game. You ask me. From 4 to 5.
No honor among snakes.
Not allowed to make them worse. Wish I could. It's okay. I like wholesome. Retains the ability to feel empathy as Star Angel.
Quite.
It's pretty chill. I guess Ice Storm would have been nice here, huh? You're undead.
Yes, yes. Forward.
Fun. Oh. Now you hit me. You're supposed to hit me. Meta, how are you? Hope everyone's going well? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Pawn to
I
cleric.
get advantage. Okay, yeah, so my Shillelagh is going off charisma. Because I just drained charisma. Neat. Lol. Hey Flint, how are you? Good to see you. Hope your day's been good.
A wizard.
Oh yeah, I can't coat Shadow Lantern. Weird. Alright, what's my... What lantern up there? Switch back to Surgeon Subjugation. I could maybe justify using the Fire Shield from Inferno Robe here. Alright, so... How many invis spots do I have? 2. It'll have to be... No, I could make one. Okay. I Fire Shield, I switch gear back, drink Flight Potion. Shadow also drinks Invis Potion.
Your desire.
with me. Thank you.
You were witnessed assaulting.
Just put the surprise around. Good damage. Just minimize the amount that I have to do. That miss was actually a really big deal. That's bad. I can kind of recover. Kind of. Top of the turn order, so it could be worse.
Gone with the weave.
You can remove your reaction. Been better if you hit me, but it's okay. Realize a critical.
Creator. Destroyer.
Now we're set. I need to go up here, and I need to start hexing.
May it please, Mistra.
I unequip this to drop my dexterity back to 8 to make me easier to hit. Double's not needed anymore. Just go up here. Visible.
Tale for the ages.
Concentration. Awkward. Keep hitting me. I would like more, please. Work better if you were illuminated, though. Lantern. That's 1 damage.
I don't fancy their chances.
Lightning charges and my ward because LOL. Those sex slows been really a game changer. So much fine-tuned control of the pipe going on with this build. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be so useful, but it's been really great. Tribute. I'll heal next turn. Do I want a source of temp HP right now? I could shield with Thralls. You hit me. I could Psionic Overload, and then they would all die this turn. It's just, I'm not 1000% confident in me surviving that. Meant to unequip, not send to camp. I'll have to go get that back. Do this. Trouble. Here.
Witching hour.
Profound concentration. That's her. They died to all that. How much damage they're taking? Add reverb in the mix. I could, but I'm damaging myself, so I would be reverbing myself. And I don't really want to do that.
Swiftly now.
Rage. It's me on Arcane Ward. Local difficult terrain. It's actually not great because I want a shovel to come heal me. Nicely done, shovel. Not exactly how I wanted that to go, but alright, sure. Eldritch Rebuke. Dead. Dead for hitting me. Got stunned by the Shield of Thralls. Hitting me. Bought couple hammers for this.
Most excellent.
Rage is helping the damage there. Shovel.
May the dice roll in my favor. Oh yes.
That's fun. A bit of a risky play clicking Psionic Overload there, but I still think it was cool. Look at all that extra damage there. I think these things, Ironbind, Caustic, Reprisal, Order of Nature, are things a majority of players have never seen in their combat log. I like weird builds like that. How much damage did this one took for hitting me? Love it.
May it please, Mistra.
Oh no, what happened? Desert replacement's worth XP. That's what I thought. Thank you for confirming. Yeah. So Fezzik double dip is like a triple dip, actually. 110? Incredible. Yeah, that's big. You can squeeze like a lot of extra XP out of that guy. Holy shit.
My.
Use this yet? Yeah. The goblin's also worth 110. The Saza replacement? Okay, so making sure that Fezzik and Saza are dead ahead of time, so you get the replacements and then you kill them in combat. An extra 220 XP on top of what you were getting for killing Fezzik and Saza. That's 11 owlbears of XP from 2 goblins most people never meet. Which goblins? So when you first enter the throne room in Moonrise Towers, so Kethric's in his throne, Zarel's next to him. Depending on your choices, Minthara might be there, Fezzik, the guy with the big great axe, the goblin, might be there, Saza might be there. Fezzik's dude in Windmill? Yeah. And Zarel gives you free reign to do with the goblins what you want. The optimal XP route there is having already killed Fezzik, so that his replacement is there, having already killed Saza, so that her replacement is there, and instead of picking the dialogue options to, like, kill them in the cutscene, say that you're going to directly fight them and kill them in combat, and then you get their XP. Yeah, dealing with Fezzik safely is tricky. You need initiative, since the level 3 Smoke Powder Bomb can one-shot you. He also has a feature where he gets an extra attack. And the Very Heavy Great Axe does a lot of damage, as well. And he has Fury of the Small. It was Fezzik. What meta said right above you? Due to the Windmill, the goblin, with the Very Heavy Great Axe. Try to find a post Windmill pre Moonrise. No. The trick would be you want to kill him while he's running away after you've convinced him to leave. But doing that without ending up in a fight with all of the goblins is hard. Doing that without him killing you is hard. If you kill him first and the other goblins run away, do you get the same XP? I don't know. Operating under the assumption that talking them down and then killing him as he's running is the play. I'm thinking maybe if you have enough movement speed, you can improvise melee him over to the cliff overlooking the goblin camp and then throw him down there for fall damage. Kill him that way. Possibly. Hey, Vocal. How you doing?
The Absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Need that Ice Storm scroll. I absolutely do not have the money for that Ice Storm scroll. Couple of Crown of Madness scrolls shine so much there, he just bombs his group. Thing is, can you get a consistent spell save DC there? Like, if you were able to hex him to give him disadvantage on the save, maybe you have Melf's First Staff on for +1 spell save DC, and 16 in that casting stat, you could, like, somewhat reasonably have a shot. But what if that fails? It's the thing. That worries me. Was it a couple? Fair. Eagle parts, big chillin', stressing the fuck out. How are you? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Crown and don't go into combat, you don't get XP. Enemies aren't red already. Right, because they're neutral. They'll be in a combat you're not part of. So Black as myself is like the Crown of Madness expert. He did a lot of Crown of Madness Fight Club during his Warlock playthrough. It was very fun to watch. Does Hex only give disadvantage on checks? Yeah, you're right, Dan. You're right. So, never mind on that.
Slaughter.
Attack rolls are apparently considered checks by the game, seemingly. Which, hexing something's attacking attribute is seemingly good. I didn't think it worked that way, but...
Where do you hail from?
Yeah.
In the dreamscape. My brothers have the dreams too. Same as me.
The absolute.
That's huge. It does affect attack rolls, Wiki says it doesn't. Unless I had an unaccounted for source of disadvantage. Here, you know what, we can test this. We can test this. I'm gonna go over here. It's good to verify these kind of things. Mage Hand. Mage Hand attacks off of strength, right?
Salutations.
So we'll hex the Mage Hand's strength. Entirely possible I had a different source of imposing disadvantage on enemies. It's hard to account for attacking from shadows because... or attacking into shadows because there's no icons. Okay, no disadvantage.
Elminster's not around, so it might as well.
But this is how it should work. I suppose I was missing something related to darkness earlier. I understand lighting here sometimes. Yeah, like right now it should be nothing, because we're both in fully lit areas. But if I were to go, like, here... attacking from shadows. Because I am in darkness, the Mage Hand is not, and it doesn't have enough dark vision to cover that distance. If the Mage Hand had superior dark vision, I would not have advantage right now. But I'm only getting this because I also have superior dark vision. Otherwise, I wouldn't have advantage. Because then I couldn't see that far. It's very weird.
Ready and willing. Yes.
So many rules. It's awkward. But hey, we tested. So Hex does work the way I originally thought, and not the way I was like, I guess it does this 2 hours ago. Science. How do you get Spirit Dark Vision on Gale? Devil's Sight. Mock Devil's Sight? Yeah. Respect the amount of attention you put on everything. YOLO player, cast my way through stuff. Part of where I find enjoyment is the silly little things. Guess we're doing this. This makes me quite nervous, but we're gonna full send it. If I don't kill both of these torturers before they cast Confusion, I'm in very big trouble. Really? Patch 7 will surely fix the Shadow Blade effect on our Mountain King. Surely, just like it'll fix the Murderous Cut effect on Crimson Mischief. And it'll fix the Arcane Acuity gloves. And it'll actually make click heals give disadvantage and opportunity attacks. It'll do all that, right? I believe. You guys just gotta believe too. Simply not believing hard enough.
On it.
I need more sources of invis for actually sneaking Minthara out.
My pleasure.
Ever at your service.
Double sight, so I guess I don't need dark vision scrolls, but like, I hate not having any available. In case that changes. Blah.
An honor.
I have a backup invis pot for, basically I have one for me to use getting the surprise round on Minthara's captors, and I have one for, getting Minthara out. But if I fuck up getting Minthara out, then it'll be a big problem. And she probably just dies on the spot. Excuse me, sneezes, allergies, I apologize. Surprised that breathing doesn't give you Arcane Ward. It may as well.
Such a creature as that. We are each of us ready.
It may as well. So I'm gonna go into this cutscene. Oh, Fezzik. I should be small. Or no, Fury is small. A reason to be nervous here, right? Yeah, alright.
I will not. Who's then?
True. Make her passing slow. And what do you have?
What? You heard the general.
Please! You gotta help me! Oh.
The seat of the absolute power. Occupied by a general that cannot
Wait, why is Minthara in combat too?
But his followers are flesh and
huh?
blood. We must learn more about his power.
That's new. So there is a very high possibility that as soon as it hits Minthara's turn, everyone in Moonrise aggros. Unless I can kill both of these before they get a turn. You illuminated. I think I'm just gonna overkill the shit out of them. That's very much not supposed to happen. I hate that I had to waste that there, but like that could have... I don't want to know how that would have played out. So I guess maybe don't spacebar that part of the cutscene. Like I need to wait long enough for Minthara to not be here anymore.
Lovely day this. For now, to new horizons. The coward's route.
If you think I'm walking all the way to Baldur's Gate without a litter, you don't know me at all.
Why am I doing this?
This is in the fucking tower again. Forgot to cast Fire Shield ahead of time too.
How rude.
Need that guy to not join combat. It's my issue right now. Ugh. Like Minthara shouldn't be green until she joins you. You think, right? I'm gonna also be wet. Please. I'm still so thrown off by what happened upstairs. That had me so nervous. You guys have no idea, man. Like, ugh. Get an angle. I really want an ice surface to be there, though. Minthara aggroed. Oh, what happened upstairs? Yeah. Minthara was gonna jump in to help me fight the throne room goblins, and I had a sneaking suspicion that that would result in bad things, because the Moonrise NPCs are kind of set up to absolutely fucking hate Minthara if you have her in any allied capacity, like anywhere.
Allow me to demonstrate.
But it seems we're fine-ish. Move the scalpel so she wouldn't go over there.
I will gut you.
Use her action to equip it. Ceres is jumping in to help.
I speak, they burn.
I forgot to shillelagh. Oh, I would have killed.
I expected. I didn't think anyone would come for. I will pretend the interrogate.
Charmed, I'm sure. Right away.
Probably a waste of a speed pot, but those two make me so nervous. Confusion can just be, hey, my character decided to throw a smoke powder bomb at his own feet. Game over, I guess. The Sarah's bucket's so silly. Yeah, it's, we kind of know the cause. It's because the torturers are trying to...
Move! The quicker, the better.
Okay, Minthara, calm down. They're trying to call the Warden, but the Warden and Saris have, like, the same ID, or a very similar ID, so it calls Saris. And that, like, ties her to Minthara. So that anytime Minthara is in combat, it's trying to make the Warden mad at Minthara, but it's Saris. That's the current working theory. Minthara!
Move!
Calm down. Calm down.
Awaiting orders.
Calm down. I need you to invis, and now we're gonna walk out.
That way.
So we know absolutely no clue. It's a recent discovery. Someone was going over it in Stace chat. They looked in and saw that they're like very similar IDs under the hood.
What is it? What's wrong?
What is it? What's wrong? Fucking move. I don't know why she's doing it. I don't have a seeming scroll trade, sorry.
I love the other. There's much we must discuss.
Tried earlier, didn't work. Damn. She just took some Shadow Curse damage and teleported over here.
It does. They broke. We must eradicate them. Starting with General. Swear that you will keep me close. Rest well. You wish to consult me? You wish to consult me? A mistake. When you
wish to consult me? A mistake.
You wish to consult
I'm hoping to get the attitude thing, because I want her attitude to go up, because we do want to romance Minty as Gale on this run. Because that's funny to me. Yeah, that didn't go as poorly as it could have. It was still very, what the fuck is going on, but it could certainly have gone worse.
Patched up. Pushing on.
Yeah, short rest again. Now I need to deal with Squire and the Mimic.
I applaud your taste.
And, there's a rel combo check.
I venture forth.
should also bring Minty to Orage to get a little bit of money and an Elven Elegance Elixir. Really wish the shadow could fly. So I could knock this, but people would come running. I've not tried knock inside of a silence bubble. Theoretically, that should work. Let's go around the other side then. Poison geezers. So I think I'll send a mage hand in to aggro the mimic. And then I'll get a surprise round on it.
Which way to the nearest library?
You can hear it when you walk in the room. One enemy responding to Nox, how you end up killing all of Moonrise. Real. Thank you, Mage Hand.
Adventure awaits.
What do you attack with? The you attack with strength. Opium.
Death is but a word away.
There's a while where this, the amulet from here was bugged, and you had to destroy the chest without it becoming a mimic if you wanted the amulet to drop. Extremely annoying.
Robes will get dirty.
Stand, soldier. These are the general's private quarters. Oh, just be about.
Everybody made music, poison Weezers. Say it ain't so.
It's a gnome's life for me.
That'll be an inspo. I read it. So I'll save that.
The path less traveled.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and we're gonna keep going.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Way back. Right here. Come over here. No, I'm chilling. A little farther. No. Okay. That was your claw. You swipe at me. Throw blood? Nah. He's like, don't stop petting me. And I got things to do. Successful trip to and from. Yeah, I got lost in there. Happens sometimes. I get confused. Why sometimes I go to the bathroom and I come back with food. Almost even to get to level 9. Little Delta Strange Ox. I gotta change that. Oh, guys, here. Bathroom to serve food there. No, just sometimes I found food on the ground in there.
General Thorm's prayers and preparations must not be disturbed. The rooftop is off limits to everyone.
Even...
Excellent. The goblin... No. I see you like to handle underlings physic...
Every emotion soaks into her mind's palette. But there is purpose to her exploration. She is searching for proof of your faith.
Exactly enough.
She gave me everything I wanted.
So if I go with one, she'll kill her bodyguard for me, but I want to kill the bodyguard.
By serving... That's it. Play along. The close... But we have lost contact with him. Go there. It is...
She's suddenly nervous, on edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
Don't need charm for person or friends here. I'm willing to burn inspiration. We have Catherick's note. Okay.
General Thorm will not leave Moonrise without. Fine. Talk to the Bugbear Quarter. But
Ogre cleavage in the background, so distracting, just me. Well, now I can't unsee it. Thanks for that.
Not this again. The worst nightmare.
A little bit of abduction. Gonna fast travel this scrying eye out here. Cast sleep on it because that's a thing you can do.
If I must.
And then we'll crit it with chromatic orb equipment.
Of course.
It's normal gameplay.
As you wish.
Better than Wither's big naturals. I don't know if that's true. Here's where we get interesting. Close this door.
Long way from Waterdeep. My pleasure.
I've got fire shield available. Yeah, I guess mine don't make sense.
so why are you here instead of out there looking for him?
Because I have a gift for you.
You've got the wrong man for this.
You were witnessed assault.
Surprise, okay.
Gone with the weave.
Up. Hit me. I forgot to illuminate the place. That would have been a lot more damage. That's okay.
Let me recite their demise.
I've already used up your reaction. That should be enough. Take my Helldusk armor back. This shield is awesome. It's Fire Shield Chill. And we like Fire Shield Chill. Some damage. I forgot to illuminate her for Callous Glow. There would have been an extra 4 radiant damage. 1, 2, 3 times. So, been an extra 12. Really?
Unleash me. The witching hour. Bother.
Now that we have Zarel's shield, that's another option for gear swapping. Feels good. Let's sell that too. Where's the Ice Storm Scroll? Okay, we have this Ice Storm Scroll. I like using that on this fight here. The problem is there's an Adept downstairs that will War God's Blessing through the fucking floor and aggro. And it's incredibly annoying. I don't want to deal with that yet. Save, that's a good idea. I have 1 rage charge left. Have I used Ice Bite Robe this rest? I feel like I haven't. If not, sick. Very low on healing potions. Might say dangerously low. Let's buy some more.
Let's explore.
What else do we need to get done at level 8? There is finishing up Grimforge. I haven't killed like any Githyanki in the crush. There's still a lot of that to do.
The Absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slop. The Absolute took a liking to you, did she? Watch yourself. She breaks her toys once she's done with them.
How many coffees do I have? I still have 3. Okay. Still have 3. I don't love that I just sold him a Fierce Scroll. I wasn't really thinking.
slaughter.
Maybe it won't be a problem. Keeps calling me a slut, though.
Ever at your service. An honor. Lies, Erna. We'll handle the diplomacy.
Alright, let's go deal with the measles. Crit protection. I don't have much in the way of damage reduction right now. But I have enough to work with. Am I commit a coffee right now? I would like to have spell slots. I shouldn't have used those potions. I need spell slots. I'm using the level 3 armor bag at this cast I get from the Icebite robe. Once that's gone, I can switch back to other chest armors. I do unfortunately need to keep that equipped. I could use Boots of Striding and do this fight too, I guess, but I'm a little more scared of that one. I don't think I passed perception on these guys.
No honor among sneaks.
Use a mage hand as usual. Make them reveal themselves. So the plan is I want to go in with Fire Shield Cold from Zarel's shield. Rage. And yeah, that's the whole plan. What did I get? Summon an intangible spirit each turn? But how? Huh? With what? What do you mean? Okay. I don't see anything. Wish you could Agathis take these robes off. Same, dude. You're not visible. the Shadow has just the worst movement. Shovel. Still have Arcane Ward. Psionic Overload? Seems kinda risky. Oh, the push is just a kick. That's great. Will that maintain my range? I'm not sure if it will. I'll operate under the assumption that it will.
With haste.
This turn I'll Psionic Overload and do an offhand shot. Rebuke. They're also dead. Missed me, but it's okay. I just did so much damage to myself, hang on. Oh, right. Iron Vine triggering off a Psionic Overload is also gonna get damage riders. Ow. Huge crit. Is that thanks to viciousness? No, it's 20. Any of the wild magic effects surprise you? It seem too random to build around. I like them because they're mostly not going to ever screw me. They haven't really... I haven't wild magic raged often enough to really flip that coin much. They haven't helped me much. They haven't hurt me a lot either. I do think that going Wild Heart with Bear Heart would just be better for this build, but I want to get up to Wild Magic like 6 so I can do the spell slot refilling thing.
Surely there's a spell for this sort of thing.
Alright, seems fun, especially when it makes your weapon light and gives a thrown property. I haven't gotten that one yet. That would be pretty cool. Yeah. Not with this particular weapon, I suppose, because I'd lose my summon immediately, but yeah. I do like the idea of that one for sure. I'm actually gonna go out of my way to get Ring of Twilight, because I messed up getting a Ring of Protection.
In Jupiter.
A wizard's quite worthless with a tired mind. Sleep beckons, and I would follow.
What else can I do on this rest? I used up the Ice Fight Agathis, so I can switch from that now. I suppose going adamantine. Holy Lance. I start with those attacks for initiative purposes. This with protection from evil and good. For mean locks. Very low on healing items. I think this is the most I've been strapped for healing items ever.
Making me antsy.
I've never considered myself as not having enough. Nature of the build, I suppose.
Preparing to march, I wager. Seems that
I'm not gonna shield with Thrall's shovel.
Seek and you shall
I'd like to
find me.
keep that for me.
Let's go.
That should become necessary. I don't have a fire shield available. Because I used up both of my per long rest ones, and I don't have any more scrolls. I'm not gonna Psionic Overload this fight, so that's moot. Probably do use Stage Fright here.
The coward's root.
Good with that.
No rest for the wicked, I see. It's a gnome's life for me. Immediately.
Watch out, lean locks.
Okay, I can equip that now. Still have one turn of Blade Ward. Could push you down. Yeah, I like that. Free Blade Ward. Having modes for my survivability, like the rage mode and the non-rage mode, is nice because Barbarian's actually one of the more long rest dependent classes because rage charges are long rest, and you need high pure class Barbarian levels to have a lot of rage charges. They're unwilling to attack me while I have Blade Ward up. crit on a lot of them. Stage where I don't push you with you if you don't push you. Scary? Yeah. These enemies can be quite scary. I'm a Blade Ward now, so they should attack me. Good. Thinking about Barbarian, I don't know if it's worth it to lean into the Great Weapon Master sneak attack weapons, end up with 4 rogue levels. I guess it's awkward because the Great Weapon Master sneak attack weapons are not piercing. You're still in that slashing damage position. With Valar Loop, I think it could be worth if you build around that. Do a lot of damage riders. This way to get Raven Guard's gear. Kill him at the coronation. Six turns of Shillelagh left. Pulsar could do a lot, but I'm gonna save that for when they're all lower. Reckless attack would give them all advantage on attacks against me. I'm prepared for that. Not until stage fright is over. Blade Ward. Concentration, that's not great. Roll the 2. I did get frightened. If I could recast, that would give me Arcane Ward. Lex failed? What do you mean? Wait. It said succeeded, but succeeded on a 1? How did I succeed on a 1? Did they also roll a 1? That's the only way that makes sense. 4 turns of Shillelagh left. And they all missed. No more spell slots. Blade Ward. Potion. You. 3 up the hand. Shield of Frost. Concentration. Not unexpected. Saves this turn though, that's good. I'm frightened. Because frightened. Will have advantage against me now. I will heal again. This is a lot of fun. It's very much like, okay, does it benefit me more now to take a hit or not take a hit? A lot of branching decision making. I'm thinking a lot playing this. I think that's very cool. Brittany build, hit me, baby. What else can I get done on this rest? So there's a Revivify roll in this room. Almost too close to that.
Knock knock.
A little god in my brain tells me dark secrets. Same. I too can relate to that experience. Let's see. There's the shadow plants over by Karnas's original spawn point. There's the Shadow Curse Mound, which I can deal with that from the safe spot by Oliver now. As long as I just go Boots of Striding. I guess I switched to Spell Spark there. Shadow, you were so useful. Yeah, I think we go with this. Have any way of getting a spell slot back right now? No. That's part of why I need to buy Spell Thief from Aaron, and I need to get Connor. I can just shoot Connor with Spell Thief until I crit, and then get a spell slot back every short rest. Can I do this without spell slots, not on max HP? Maybe. I don't really want to commit another coffee on this rest.
If you're alright by Jahira, you're alright by me.
Also haven't stockpiled bombs for Shadow Printer yet. Why are my resources so fucked this run? Like, I had way more on Jack of all trades. I don't really know why at this point. I want that fire shield. I can't afford it right now.
Take care.
Dead man with ease.
I can concentrate on. Doesn't have a duration. Sell the Detect Thoughts amulet. Or did. That would have been good here. Have this available. Just get my ward all the way up. That if I pop the scroll. Side and Spider Matriarch, so torn between starting over as usual or to keep going. It's not even the accomplishment of soloing honor the way you need to approach the game and push me to start over. Do you agree? Whenever I reset an honor, I like to break down exactly why I died and then never do that thing again. So, like, what about the Matriarch fight got you, Andreas? Because if you approach a reset in that way, then you usually never reset to that thing again. And eventually something else in the game will get you. But then you adjust to that. You adapt. You learn. And then that one stops happening too. It's just like a series of that. But like, what mechanic in the fight got you? Her had haste, missed stun 80%, missed another attack. Then what? I can concentrate on telekinesis.
She was no fun. All I wanted was to play.
I already did this. I guess it doesn't really count for me doing it that way. But he's in his spot and got out, took too much damage one turn. What was your HP total? What was your armor class? Did you have poison resistance? Did you have resistance to physical damage? Did you have immunity to critical hits? Did she get you with her legendary action? Did you attack any of the ads? How many of the ads were still alive? Spiders have C invis, so you need to succeed a dex save for them to not just rip it off of you immediately. What was your opener on the spider in the first turn? Like, you can one turn the matriarch, even on builds that don't have raw single target damage, because environmental factors. Like, if you make her take fall damage from falling from the web, then she'll take a huge chunk and she'll be prone, and you could capitalize from there. There's lots of things you could do. So like there's more going on than like you took a bunch of damage. It's a puzzle to be solved. Different enemies work differently, and adapting to each situation is a big part of succeeding. It's gonna be the most scuffed opener for this. Telekinesis shovel in to start the fight, so that I'm concentrating on telekinesis as well. Okay, then I'm surprised. Lack of prep kills me. Thought I could one-turn her. Should have given up and tried again. I would also say that attacking on 80% is something that I am almost never willing to do, because that's not high enough. Especially if it's an enemy that I need to kill before they do something to me. I'm not willing to do that. So that could be either use something else to attack, that could be get your accuracy up through other means. That could be getting some summons on the field to take aggro for you, soften things up. There's lots of potential answers. Do I want the club that this thing has? I don't really.
My pleasure.
I'm gonna keep trying telekinesis. I think that'd be just a funny way of doing this. But yeah, something you can do in situations where you've realized you've bitten off more than you can chew, and you need to get out. Fleeing is absolutely an option. I did that once today. I was like, I could play this out and expend a lot of resources to win, but I don't want to. So I didn't. I still haven't gone back to that fight yet. Act 2 was the best fights. Act 2 is my favorite part of the game. I love Act 2. What can I do to pump my spell save DC right now? I don't have a battle mage elixir, do I? Resources. By ability drain its strength. Chances will improve.
On it.
Improve back up. Done oil combustion here a while ago, but no legendary resistance? No. Come on. Did it work? What was the save? Okay, I can't even check. Six turns of telekinesis left. I don't need to do this way, it's just fun. I'm at the point where I'm like, maybe I do want the club from this thing. I don't have any fire arrows. Interesting choice. Why don't I? So I haven't stocked up in a while. Very satisfying. I almost want to drink a speed pot so I have multiple chances of telekinesis every turn. At this point, though. Just lost it. 55. Chances didn't go up. I just think it'd be so cool to do the telekinesis. I really don't want to bring this thing over here. But if I brought it over there, then I could jump up. Oh. Telekinesis. Which is smart. Hey, rude. Many more turns of oil, too. Nice crit. Big miss. Big miss. Drained its dex so much I was up to 90% hit rate. Yeah, I was gonna try to telekinesis this thing into the void, but I decided that its club is interesting here. It's got a hidden effect where it's an extra damage die if you shillelagh it. Extra D4 in the damage breakdown. What does the Shambling Mound jump? Is he stupid? I think so. I know the key's right there. I'm lazy. See the funny spot above my phone where you can't see you and can't hear the shit? No, I haven't seen it. You have a clip? It's right here. Oh. Oh, yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense, because he'll get, like, wedged under there, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Enemies don't handle verticality very well in this game. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So I never actually killed the shadows in the Mason's Guild. I can go back after a rest with Oakfather's Embrace. Yeah, that seems like a good call. Something like this. I guess with Clover Bill Giant Strength. I need to use Warp Headband of Intellect to go get, I Singer's favor.
Onward. My.
You know what I should try to do? While we're here.
It doesn't seem long ago that Minthara would have sought to kill us. And now we... I don't know
You're
what you
not
mean.
telling me.
It's nothing.
What
Really.
you're hiding now.
Fine. Now that you have the truth, please. True. I didn't think gladly.
Here.
Nobody's ever given...
Take free shit.
There's scarcely... Thank you. I should have known. You
I guess
already
now
know
you
my
know.
big... She don't believe the lies the saloon... Well, I like night or...
What else
It's a
am I?
deal. I mean, if I manage
Well,
to
Shambling
return
Mount,
to
not
Baldur's
Jumping
Gate and
Mount,
fulfill-
silly.
Of course.
That's
It
very
is
true.
an act of... Rings a bell?
Here you go. Have a night orchid.
Well, perhaps I can come up with something later. All the same.
Alright, we just farmed up enough approval in that 15 seconds of space barring that now she won't kill Dame Aelin if I let her choose. Amusingly easy to do.
Don't say a word.
Oh yeah, I forgot I'm romancing Lizelle. It goes from I barely know you to please let me fuck you in span of 40 seconds just from a single gift. She has low standards. I mean, you remember earlier patches, Mia? Sex percent with Lizelle? The sex percent speedrun was like 1 minute 57 seconds. Like from starting your playthrough to banging Lizelle, 1 minute 57 seconds. It's great.
A parasite grips my mind. The shadows curse me. But I am gnawed by an even greater torment. You. My thoughts are hallowed ground. Yet you've crawled your way in. Uninvited. I'm obsessed by
2 minutes to throw sounds about right.
and the wind over your
I'm
head.
just trying to figure out what people are gonna do with the minute 45.
Before
Like,
I sleep and after I wake, I ask myself, are you worthy? Sacrifice us do.
speedrunner in all things.
There
Gotta
is
be
only
efficient.
one way for you to prove it.
Saying I love you?
Don't be ridiculous.
Sorry.
We fight. I test you in battle. Dance with me. Bleed with me. Bruise me so that you might possess me.
Your once per playthrough reminder, do not call your partner source of my bruises in public. It will cause questions. I get to serve maximum embarrassment. I get spell slots back for this, right? Yeah, I do. Let me... No, actually, I don't care. It'd be funny if something went wrong. Fuck it, we shillelagh too. Come here, Lazel.
Prove your excellence.
She just disengages, oh no. He knows. Alright, Lazel, come on.
Incredible.
Bit of damage for Talic Lae'zel. I didn't try, I succeeded. My Armor of Agathis hits for her exact max HP.
I am Lae'zel, but you are just still. Say the words.
Or my ice burns. Didn't even do damage, man. Oof. Okay, so let's go get necrotic resistance. Still gotta sneak in this room. I haven't killed all the Justiciars yet. More importantly, we gotta dye this armor. I cannot go around looking like this. What does mellow fruit dye look like? What is going on there? Who cooked with that? Who thought that anything about that color palette worked? Lack of dye preview. Surely in patch 7, everything will be fixed. In fact, patch 7 is actually also Baldur's Gate 4. This is officially confirmed news. Everyone should be excited and get their expectations as high as possible. Legal purposes, I am shitposting. I have to say that because people are... Get a die preview. Oh, also some evil endings or something. I still feel a strange ox, I keep forgetting. Mark of the Shifter would help here.
A deep, ancient contempt wells within you. To steal a boon from these upstart gods.
We'll do my favorite trick again. If you want to carry a Hex or Hunter's Mark forward, you can just do it on your Minor Illusion. You can do that with either of the gear pieces that give you access to Hunter's Mark, and then unequip the gear. Use the Shadow spell slot on level 3 Agathis. Their default female Dragonborn NPC hiding in the game files. I wish. It's gotta exist.
Direct me.
The criminal herself. Yeah, let's do Mason's build.
Forthwith.
I should really wait until I have Amulet of the Unworthy for this. I keep forgetting to go do that. If I'm gonna do that, I have to deal with Goulet. I don't feel like dealing with Goulet right now. Maybe I should. But I just set up Hex, so now I don't want to.
No rest for the wicked. Easy enough.
A legitimate difficult portal defense that I won house and path through a fire service and died in front of me. No enemies there. Oh boy. Yeah. That's... Oof. I'm always afraid of that. I've seen him die to spike growth there. Someone forgot to end their concentration. On my Tempest Cleric run, I made sure to, on the last turn, I cast Destroy Water to get rid of my electrified water so he wouldn't walk in it. That's a real rough one. Guess I could go with a strength elixir and then use a different weapon. Let's use the Ironwood Club. Fuck it.
Quite ready for you.
Robes will get dirty. Not this again.
Blade Ward. Let's reapply this Hex. I suppose I forgot to put that. Alright, some beer. Stores open today? Probably not. Wow. Oh yeah, Order of Nature. They're Radiant Balm. So like, wow. That's great. How dead do you want to be? I almost want to go for Psionic Overload, but that seems like, that seems greedy right now. Stage Fright seems nice and good. I should have dashed, actually. Oh, hey, you still take that from that. That's fun. one could hit me, that'd be cool. Alright, well, I'll provoke an opportunity attack. That was a lot of numbers. I like it. Turns of Shillelagh do I have left? Sage right damage. Long way. Super dead. This is great. I love this. A dash for lightning charges, and I get a little bit of ward back. 3 turns of Shillelagh. Shot on you. More move than I thought you did. Not my last turn of Shillelagh yet.
On my way.
I enjoy this. That going. HP was reduced. Do I remove curse roll? No. It's fine. Just get it up. Simple as that. I don't want a short rest yet. What are some ways I can heal? I want to think of a way that I can get, like, healing to my actual HP pool by using Connor. What if I perilous stakes myself? I would get health on attacking. That'd be 2d8 healing once. I mean, maybe if I keep dual wielding toggled on. I could test this on a mage hand, actually.
Steady and shoes up there.
18 healing. I'll take it. I was unlikely to use perilous stakes for anything else in this map. Can I get it by just attacking? Probably attack rotten food too, huh? Now that I think about it. Let's see. Just says ally attacks. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, I can use perilous stakes to heal. Just need to make an attack against a thing successfully. And I'll come back on short rest. Or no, that's long rest. No, that's fine actually. There's only a few things I use it on in the game. I'm happy to find more utility for that ability. Hey, that rhymes. What else we got? We got Cloaker? No. No. I never finished that fight out front of the morgue. Let's go do that. Shouldn't really do this with my HP drained, but with the aid, I'm still doing okay.
If I must. Brawl low. Let's light them up.
And starting combat with Blade Ward. It's good. You are necrotic resistant, but not immune. So 8 turns of Shillelagh. Let's get the Moon Lantern down. Orc didn't heal. Useful. I'll put the Dex gloves. Well, it's not sure what to do with me standing there. Huh. Is this a spot where they can't do anything? Or does this Blade Ward make that willing? Yeah, no, you were very willing. Wow. Wow. Wait, did you take double instances because of your damage rider? And I need to figure out that combat log. Lucario, Scale the Waterdeep. Oh, not Gale the Untouchable. No, Gale the down bad and absolutely wants to be touched. No, I think this is just me having all of my instances. So, Flesh Melter Cloak, and then Hex, Lightning Charge, Callous Glow. Ironvine Shield, Hex, Lightning Charge, Callous Glow. Oakfather's Embrace, Hex, Lightning Charge, Callous Glow added in. It's the base damage Radiant. Armor of Agathis, Hex, Lightning Charge, Callous Glow. Fire Shield, Hex, Lightning Charge, Callous Glow. Yeah, it all happened once, but it's just like... I could have had Psionic Overload on top of that, too. Yeah, no, no. He's got 14 int. He's way smarter than those people. you're just dead. I don't need to leave there. I get this back. Get back in this spot. Turn some shit out. Bulky with Iron Mine Club. Or Ironwood Club, excuse me. I guess let's Hex. And getting reapply Hex gave me my... Oh, my life got drained again. I have 3 stacks of life drain. You broke my concentration? That's so rude. Those double ones. Look at all that radiant damage though, holy. Okay. It hit it twice. Somehow. Sure. Short rest.
Does wonders.
Remove curse would probably be smart for me to get going. So as much as I want to do next level as another barbarian level to finally have a feat, I think making next level another warlock level makes sense, because then my warlock spell slots go up to 2nd level. Meaning I get 2 level 2 Agathis back every short rest. Also meaning I can use spell slot restoring amulet to get back one of my 2nd level from my wizard and cleric combined progression, and then 1 from my warlock. It just makes sense. Barbarian. Yeah, we're getting to that point, Mark. We're getting to that point where it's like barbarian. The plan was to do like 10 barbarian, but I'm like, hey, what if I just got more retaliation? Bunny stick over literal shadow demon, real 8 decks no alert build. That's what we've been cooking with. We got -1 initiative when I don't have my gloves on. Barbarloxer dick. What is wrong with me? Jack of the trades that let me hurt you by letting you hit me. Exactly. Yeah, Jack of all trades ruined me. I no longer believe in class investment. I'm like, hey, what level 1 features you got? If I'm nasty, I go for level 2 features. And sometimes, I'm an absolute multi-classing just degenerate, and I go for level 3 features. But more than that, it's starting to get a little unreasonable. So I'll throw in 2 levels of Paladin. You know, I could Divine Smite while raging. That's the thing I could do. That would be good. That would actually be good. We need spell slot restoration when you got Smite.
Nasty surprise. Caution is one.
How many bombs do I have? 3. Okay, not enough. I don't have a remove curse scroll. I should change that. What a way to break a chest, love that. Yeah, I just, I don't lockpick. I don't like it. The chest for Helm of Arcane Acuity in the Mason's Guild. Tired, move back to my bed. Oh, shoot. Hey, get some good rest, Sora. Thanks for hanging out.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
What if the real Barbarian levels were just the friends we made along the way?
Slaughter.
Ever at your service.
Why do you have 5 Cloud Kill scrolls? What is wrong with you? Arcane Acuity, Swords Bard, ban the Missile Scoundrels, shuts down fights so fast, just cast a Commander, hold burst at a high level. I mean, it certainly can. You could also just use Band of the Mystic Scoundrel to bonus action cast Vicious Mockery with Resonant Stone and, like, one-shot someone. With no resource cost. It's great. But control effects are nice too, for sure. How about like big fights? So am I. You can certainly do an attack and then bonus action, big upcast to hold person or something, and then follow up with a crit attack. That's absolutely a play. Not have money on this playthrough. What am I doing? Am I buying a lot of stuff?
An honor.
Or I can hear the upcasting Dissonant Whispers, Resonant Stone, blow someone up. Yeah, Dissonant Whispers. So fun watching Raphael grovel. I usually knock him prone or control him through other means. Army of summons with Shield of Thralls, for example. The peak comedy of Ice Surface plus Black Hole. Reverberation. All of that at once is my usual go-to. Find this more fun, and that is why you should do it. Do what you find more fun. Cast level 1 Tasha's once on him. The disrespect. Favorite spell to cast on Raphael at first meeting was Command Fuck Off. I use Create Blood. That's the spell I cast on. I should deal with some Scrying Eyes. Oh yeah, what fight am I gonna do right now? I was here for something. I don't think I got that thing. I don't have money. But what was I here for? What I find super fun is autos. I don't find autos fun. Mainly because autos is this enemy can't do anything no matter what button that you require 0 investment for. It's just like, man, stop playing the video game. I don't like it. The dance animation is certainly funny, but in terms of gameplay, I find it one of the most uninteresting things in the game.
Of trade, I hope.
Some people feel that way about, like, Globe of Vulnerability. Some people feel that way about Magic Missile, even. Everyone's got their own preferences, which is why you stressing that you found something fun is very important to consider when people are talking about, like, features in this game. Because everyone should use what they enjoy at the end of the day. I think that's most important.
Come back.
Automatically disables them for 1 turn. They can shake it off for that turn. They can. That's why people don't use True Strike. Makes the game too easy. It does. It also becomes difficult to play the game with just, did you know that every time you use True Strike, your ass gets 5% fatter? You just start getting dummy thick. It can be hard to control. Like a new character. That's why I'm so thick. It all makes sense now.
Good.
It's risky. Be sure to keep them close so you can speak up.
Yes.
Should you be interested, with 1 drop, I could...
Elminster's not around, so might as well. Up for debate?
Gale? Gale? My heart.
Oh, excellent.
Do you guys see that?
You wish to consult me. A mistake. When you
Would race potions good? Yes. All of them. I think only Orc one is worth it. It's not like you give up anything to get any of them. It's not a matter of worth it. It's like, get the ones you have available in your run. Some of them are just flat out busted, but they're all worth something.
I don't get it.
There's not as good compared to other elixirs you can be using. They don't consume an elixir slot. You can just use them. They're not mutually exclusive with anything. The chasms here real or fake? They look fake, but like... I don't want to test that theory. I'm good. I'm good on that. I've seen a couple that seems pretty useless. Like what? Some things are better to not science, exactly, Dan. Fights are best to use them, always forget. I use human versatility on Orpheus in my brain strat so that he can't fail greater invis stealth unless he rolls double ones. Elven Elegance is a shit ton of movement speed. It's also dark vision and charm immunity, so that's like really good on Merkel. It's good on the brain too. The dwarf one is really good on Orin and Merkel because it makes your saving throws, and the brain, because it makes your saving throws much more consistent. Half-elf one I can't find many uses for. It's an AoE healing pot. The advantage of half-elf one is it affects more than just you. So if you wanted to heal someone else, and you, and someone else, and you don't have, like... You can't throw a healing pot to hit everyone, or you don't have mass healing word. It's a bonus action AoE heal. It's less useful than the other ones, but it is good. Our hirelings use their blood? No, you need to... It's tadpoled characters. So, all companions, with the exception of hirelings, Halsin, and Jaheira. You can't have Jaheira recruited for this part of this act anyway, but... So anyone but Halsin and hirelings. If you could have Minsk in this act, he would work too, because he's also tadpoled, but yeah. We're getting elixirs from Mirage? Yes. On earlier patches, you could get multiple at once by being disguised. So like if you were a Dragonborn disguised as a Githyanki, Mirage would give you both. That was fun, but that's since been patched.
Can I touch your face?
No.
You find Mum and Pops? I don't believe you.
Or Tiefling looks good. Elixir is also pretty good. The Tiefling one is cool because you can make things that don't normally have the ability to like cast spells or anything drink them. Like I once used that to have Scratch use Burning Hands during the Merkel fight. You can also have someone drink the Tiefling elixir so that they can cast Flame Blade, which will cause them to unequip whatever weapon they have. And that could be useful if you, say, want Hope's Divine Intervention Mace before dealing with Raphael, for whatever reason. You would have her cast Divine Intervention, and have her cast Flame Blade, and then pickpocket the mace from her. Sure, hirelings can be used. Hirelings cannot, unless that's changed since the most recent hotfix. Hirelings cannot. At some point in the past, they were probably usable, but they aren't now. I guess some of them I probably just didn't have any use for. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's hard to have a useless effect. There are some that are objectively more useful in more situations. Like, going back to the half-elf one, an AoE heal is not the most useful thing, because healing in this game, whatever. But it's still useful. There are cases where I would love to have it, so it's good to have in your bag. The Githyanki one kind of has some of the same problems as Githyanki race features, being you get once per long rest access to things most characters can already access very easily. Who cares? But then, like, the elf one is broken. The half-orc one is a cheat death. The dwarf one is extreme consistency on your saving throws. The halfling one is proficiency in all skills, I think. No. The human one is proficiency in all skills. The halfling one is, like, advantage on all skills or something nuts. The Dragonborn ones get you a bunch of different spells, depending on what color Dragonborn. The curses you have, I had my max HP drained 3 separate times. So I'm waffling. I'm deciding whether or not I want to do any more combats on this rest before I long rest, because having much less HP is not a thrilling prospect for me.
Yes, of course.
Also need to buy a sleep scroll so I can scribe it. I'm dealing with scrying knives.
Yes, you did. She gives them to you fully.
Are you keeping them? What do you mean? The curses? I mean, I don't have a remove curse use. I would have to long rest to get rid of it.
Ever at your service.
Checking Rogue Moonglow right now to see if I backpacked a remove curse scroll earlier. I did. That's all my money, and I'm not really thrilled about using that.
And all.
Remove curse is an abjuration spell, though, so unequip my armor to get half my ward back. There, maxed out my ward.
I never thought I'd make it.
Dealing with the Warden would give me access to another spell amulet. That's an attractive idea. Go down to the prison, scope it out. Which says hirelings may exchange blood for elixir, suggesting they have elicited blood. Take it with grain of salt, so I'll test it my next run. You know what? I'm in the area. We can science. I just need to get enough money. Palliation build's expensive. Yeah. It is. I'm always down for science. All this stuff. Oh, I'm always out of money on the monk attempts. I'm looking forward to when you eventually revisit that. A lot of the stuff I'm doing in this run is inspired by your runs. I need to carry this much water, but it's also fine. Does look fun though. Probably worth the effort it takes to build. There's so many ways you can go about it too. That's one of the things I like. You could have Tempest Cleric in here for that reaction. That's a resourceless retort you can do. But obviously add more Wizard for a bigger Arcane Ward. There's just lots of things. It's great.
Dost thou require a new... Very well. Choose.
We'll get my goat or fuzzle him.
Brothers, sister, pray with me while we wait.
Not if you keep them lips.
So let's see.
Quiet. Both of you.
Fire Shield's not abjuration, won't punish your ward. Yeah. You need Agathis for that. Lip of Warding.
You haven't felt like prey in many moons, Mirage.
Protection from evil and good. Mage armor. Hireling.
Should you be interested with one drop? A little
Okay.
fluid?
Yeah. Apparently you can. This gives knock? The gnome one is knock? How did I not know that? I don't like the implications of that. I knew it? Yeah, this is why we test. Thank you for having me test. I don't like that. And it's per short rest until your next long rest. That's that's kind of silly. So the gnome one is really good.
Lost in thought.
Yeah, I like being wrong.
This vessel is at thy
It means I've learned
disposal.
something.
Do what thou wilt. That
Gnomes had proficiency in sleight of hand and knock from their blood. Yeah, the orc one? Could. Yeah, there's a half-orc hireling, right?
Certainly.
Get Elven Elegance from probably a couple of them.
Very well.
Let's see. Let's look at the list. This is something I will restrict in the future because this is way too breakable. One for each race? Incorrect. There's no Dragonborn. And each different kind of Dragonborn has a different one. I don't know, just drink their own blood at infinite cast and knock. They stupid. I'll ask Wolverine about this. You know, I'll just drink without asking. It'll be fine. You also just like remake them with a mirror. You can edit their appearance right now, but you can do it later too. Can't change the race though. So we get half orc from this guy. Dwarf 1 for saving throws from Kree Derek. Half elf heal 1 from Verona Sunblossom. Hey, you get 2 dwarf ones. Get one from Eldra Luthrin as well. Let's see what the halfling one is for science. Change their body type. I don't know.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well...
Should you be interested, with one drop, I can brew a rather...
Yeah, I swear this was not possible at some point in the past. Yeah, advantage on skill checks. Like, these are crazy good. This is something I'm definitely not gonna make a habit of, because this is too much. Mirror does not allow race change. I know that much for sure. It does not.
With silver tongue.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Do what thou wilt.
I like that voice.
That...
Her just onto something all along. Yeah, that's that's enough of that. too good. Like, what? Crazy. Where was I going? I'm so thrown off by that. I mentioned I was gonna fight something, right? No, I was gonna check out the prison. That's what I was gonna do. Using Hireling's Barrage gives you free 200 gold. You pickpocket your money back from Withers. That's true, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty broken. Maybe on, like, bully the game runs, I weaponize that, but might
as well.
That feels like gaining too much of an advantage. Already more lax with my rule set in terms of, like, having people in my camp than most other solo players, and like, that's past the line even for me. Just scrying out here.
Bloody hope not.
backpack to break the economy if you want to bully the game, and I don't do that because I don't find that fun.
Step by step.
Such a long way down.
Half orcs are heavier. I can't throw. I don't have music proficiency to lure him. Scrying eyes here. I already killed the other one. A while ago. This minor illusion will definitely lure the warden. I know what I'll do. Do I have an enlarged scroll? Oh, it's okay. Half orcs shovable? Yes. Very barely, but yes. I have a plan. Oh, sir. Other way. To the edge. Yep, perfect. Easy. So the warden is an archer. I need a trident. I need a trident. Spider. Wait, let me get right on that. Are basically the max carry capacity like party members do? No. And you can tell if you dismiss a party member who's encumbered, the status immediately disappears.
Need anything?
Doesn't seem to have a trident.
I'll be here if you need any.
Let's check the vendors here. Imagine heavily encumbering Orin. Yeah, it seems like something that'd be very the Strange Ox? No, not yet.
A little discourse.
I'm not worthy. The Absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
This is a very niche thing that I'm trying to do. And Raging Heart Guard could be cool in this build too. Does it work yet? Does the Wrath Gen work yet? Probably not. Kill it or help it? I'm gonna kill it. I don't do the fight on top of the brain, so I don't need allies. If I did, then, like, I would probably not kill it. But killing it makes everyone in Last Light allied, which makes the Marcus fight a lot easier.
Slaughter well.
Hate that there's only one unique trident at this point in the game, and it's mutually exclusive with Spell Sparkler.
Ever
so
at your service.
I never take it. Like, even a non-magical one I would take right now. So tempted to use companion level ups to, okay, here's one. Non-magical. We're good. 76 gold.
An honor.
Highway fucking robbery.
Your family will answer. Eventually.
Disarming strike. It's a strength save. Reverb. Do I have an Oil of Bane? I don't. It's okay. Gloves of Power. No, I want initiative. Work Fistbreaker home.
The Absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Yeah, as soon as you start fighting the Strange Ox in Last Light, or as soon as it dies in Last Light, everyone in Last Light changes from yellow to green. Didn't want to sell that, but can't afford to be that stingy. Where is Shovel? Where is Shovel? Route to Baldur's Gate. I'll help in the Marks fight anyway, even if they're yellow. I think everyone noticed that.
Let's give this a try.
Like Valka said, the things you can do to buff them or cast on them are different if they are green versus yellow. For example, you cannot cast Shield of Thralls on a neutral entity. You can on allies. You do not need to make any checks to hide near allies. You don't need to make any checks to throw, push, or telekinesis allies. You can Perilous Stakes allies.
And the dreamscape.
You can cast Aid on them. very different. Volo's Eye? Yeah, that causes problems if they're not allies. Any kind of sea invis does. But, yeah.
The air is ripe with magic.
Enough to make us.
Step by step. Consider it done.
Oh yeah, you can just greater invis Isabel, can't you? Maybe I do that this run. That sounds fun.
Even if I need to kill every bastard in this hell's pit.
I know. And I'll be right alongside you. We're served up to the necromancer on a platter.
We'll get you to Baldur's Gate, sir. I swear it.
Damn straight. Without me, everything will be for naught. The Iron Hand knows must succeed.
I think I'm gonna go for the Scrying Eye first.
Unseen and unsightly. You've got the wrong man for this.
Wait, in case there's a crime response. Oh, the Scrying Eye? Okay. Worm's Amulet's so nice. Yeah. Definitely one of the more powerful items. Proud camp with that one myself. That's a good strat. I've never tried it, but that makes a lot of sense. Now, Isabel doesn't have great dexterity, so she could still kind of just fail and break stealth, but it's definitely unlikely for her to not get at least one turn. As without trace, you can't concentrate on two things at the same time. If you are solo, you can't have both Pass Without Trace and Greater Invis on Isabel, because you have to concentrate on one of them. Okay, no crime response. Oh. Did we get the person hanging out by the pit for no reason?
It shall be done.
By the time Volo's Eye fucked me, it's been totally foolproof. Actually, my biggest concern would be Jaheira's dumbass Ice Storm hitting her. Jaheira's AI seems smart enough to not hit allies with that. Halsin's AI, he does not give a fuck. But Jaheira seems to try not to hit allies. I'll just want to do solo Pass Without Trace and Invis cheese then. Hey, Felicia. On the brain, I concentrate on Pass Without Trace. Orpheus concentrates on Greater Invis. It's because he can use scrolls. You need, like, a temporary follower capable of scroll casting. Load right into the house and shit. But other places in the game, you can't. You need either a temporary companion that can cast scrolls, or you just can't do it solo. I'll do the whole run, no way to do that? Nope. You cannot concentrate on two things at once. Duo then? It's a duo strat.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely works on duo.
No honor among snakes.
Yeah, what is my game plan here, actually? sure it does. It's plus 10 to stealth for any allies in the aura. Concentration, no duration. Look at the firearms available. Change to this.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Paralyzed. I grabbed her weapon. She can't shoot arrows at me now. You can get an advantage somehow, like Cat's Grace Armor, it's even better. Resonance Stone will give you advantage on stealth checks passively in an aura too, so pairing those together is pretty effective. By Eldritch Blast here. Game. None of that. I know you're still right here. She drank an invis pot. Like, you're right here. I don't want to accidentally hit the levers. That's something to be very aware of here.
Don't get too close.
Because I disarmed her, she will actually retaliate now. Let's attack. Oh, well, now she won't, because she's on the fucking ground. Good job, Warden. Well, we got to show off a trident disarm. Keep every advantage item in camp storage just in case. Got enhanced ability, half my party. Yeah, enhanced ability is just so good to have. Yeah, those levers are just bait. Don't ever use these. If you're bringing people out, just use the boat. Every version of what happens if you use the levers is just fucked up. You eat yet? So I was gonna. I had the conscious thought. I even said this out loud, and it turns out that was 3 hours ago. I'll do something about that shortly. that means. Are you gonna be mad at me? I'm sorry. I forget to do that not dying thing. Sometimes. Quag always eats. Yes, Queen, Skinny Legend, Versace Boots, The House Down, Slay Queen, Hunty Mama, and Oop Daddy, Work Charlie. I don't know how to say that one. Snatch my wig. That's certainly a combination of words and letters that you put out there, Dan. I'm proud of you. You do it both Wrath House? No, shit, I forgot. No. Rip that thumbnail. Hey, look, it's a hand shovel. See? It's a hand shovel.
Good work. You, however, are the clincher.
Thinger? Ah. I'm old manning again, I see. I'm Peepaw. That's what it is. The famous Zoomer talk I've heard about. Yeah.
Certainly.
This is it.
Wolverine's hammer does bonus force damage to inanimate objects.
Boat's good to go. All that's my plan for now is to hide out on the water. Unless you have a better idea. Safe?
You drift through the dark until time, skill, or...
Hold that! No one gets in without being tested. Commander Jaheira's orders.
This guy is a Harper created just for this cutscene. He's a copy of one of the Harpers upstairs. The different name.
The Absolutes, what?
If not, now form a line. That's it. This won't take long.
Because I haven't killed Strange Ox yet, he's not allied yet. I am gonna do risky shit that I shouldn't, as per usual. Nice to get more Raj Elixir, dismissing and hiring again. Think you can. Don't use the Elixir smart enough if possible. I'll check next time I'm over there. It's worth a test. These guys are allies.
Patched up. Pushing on.
Yeah, volatile shield done. Not this guy. Harper Arthas is worth 90 XP.
And you're clear.
They're no longer allies, so I can't do it. I got it in the window. Yeah, Harper Arthas is worth 90 XP. But he despawns from the game when he walks far enough. So I need to get to him when there's no other Harpers near him, and I need to throw him in the water. Now, if this goes poorly, this could go very poorly. No, I wasn't fast enough. He's gone. He walked into me and despawned. I was not fast enough. So close. Yeah, I was gonna climb up on the crate and throw him from that, but...
My
pleasure.
Come here, darling. Me too.
This isn't the first time you've helped us.
For the experience.
So, shall we go
This place gives me the creeps.
And we do not talk to Wolverine yet. Because I want to wait to do that until I've saved Barkus. I'll figure out what you got for me.
How did you do it?
Got in my way, I killed it.
I'm sorry it came to that. You should have... thank you.
Ice Storm? Queen. Hold monster? Queen.
Why are you smiling at me?
Roland, are you gonna heal, bro? I haven't done Grimforge yet. I did the Ancient Forge.
We're all safe, Roland.
I did the section with Grim. I didn't do the part with Nier and Barkus and all that intentionally.
Thank you for saving me. And the two idiots.
I don't really want Roland to have that. Shouldn't use scrolls in a backpack, right?
Alfira, I'm alright.
Break the game to an Act 1 kill doubled up? No?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not. Good man.
Why do you think it does?
Too dark.
So we have Potent Robe now. I do have Agonizing Blast already, so I have a floor of 7 damage on each Eldritch Blast beam. Point blank that with Daredevil gloves. Only 12 AC. I like to see it. I like this. Spine Shutter as well. Get some reverb off of those. Go to the mountain pass forward, the Goblin Camp, enter the raid, and Grove Seal in my playthrough. There are 3 things in the Wilderness map that are related to time like that. At least 3 things of note. There might be more minor things, but trying to leave the Wilderness to the mountain pass, or trying to leave Grimforge to the Shadowcurse lands will resolve the Grove storyline, as if the raid on the Grove happened. So all the Tieflings will be killed, Minthara will be in Moonrise Towers. If you go to Grimforge without having saved Barkus from the Blighted Village, Barkus dies in the Blighted Village. And if you... the same parameters as the Grove raid conditions, if you do that without having saved Floric, then she burns to death. I guess Benrin does too, but yeah. There's very few things that care about going into different maps. Very few. In terms of local events, there's some timed things, like if you open the cells for the prison break and then leave without them being safe, then they all die. If you start the Find True Soul Near, or Free True Soul Near quest, and then you long rest twice, Near dies, and the Dwergar take all the gnomes with them and leave. If you're in Act 3, if you're informed about Floric's impending execution, then you long rest like 5 times. It happens off screen. But there's not too many events like that. But in terms of going to an act, very few things are affected. If you didn't recruit Carla, she kills the paladins. I didn't know about that one. There you go.
There's more where that got to trust Jaheira to come up with one.
There's the shadow doges over there. I don't have a high level Akathis on right now. I guess I can use the Ice Bite rope one. Feel the shadow doges. Investigate beach. Think too long rest. Seedling child dies with the harpies. Interesting. I know that one resolves the same condition as, you know, the grove thing. But yeah, I imagine going down, seeing the kids there, and then long resting, he would die. That makes sense. No fire shields available.
Bother. Got the wrong man for this. It's a gnome's life for me.
Shields. That's fine. Either the most dangerous places for honor mode, Minthara, Paladins, or in the Shadowblade things. Depends on your approach. Minthara can be risky depending on where you're fighting her, for sure. The Paladins, again, it depends on your approach. If you, for example, cut off Karlach's head, bring it to Anders, he'll give you his sword, and he can't smite anymore. Makes it a lot safer. Now, Cyril still has hold person, so that's a problem. But if you say cut off Karlach's head, bring it to Anders, get his sword, and then throw Cyril off the cliff, well, quite trivialized. You can also just lure all of them up to the roof and individually throw them off. Options. Shadow plants aren't a big deal as long as you stay at range and have Ring of Free action. I drained like nothing from my Agathis, huh? Drained 6? I was expecting more. That's okay. I have the achievement for the Tiefling Submer comes on his own in my playthroughs. Yeah, unless I am playing a class that learns calm emotions or successfully get the Silver Sword of the Astral Plane, I never bother with Murkon. Find Ring of Reaction. Araj sells it in Act 2. Should be an option, skip them, take Karlach's head directly to Zariel. Who hurt you? Was it Karlach? Still a couple of enemies in the Moonrise prison. There's 3. 3 by the docks entrance. I don't really want to fight them all at once. I could deal with the Adept alone. Then it'd get dicey. I do have that available. It's not worth the risk. 5,203 XP. At the library. Your gear. I can do stealth trial, I guess. Self-same? Ugh, self-same. I have Callous Glow, so I'm less worried about it now, but... Bleh. I think I will go with, Bookfather's Embrace for that, too. Because I'm pretty sure that thing counts as undead, yeah. Holy Lance, Helm, Oakfather's Embrace, Callous Glow. Complete kill with radiant damage before it does anything. Raj is hot in that she might actually blow me up in the name of science sort of way. I mean, have you seen her basement in Act 3? She would absolutely do that. There are corpses of her collaborators in there. Immediately obvious. When she's sketchy enough to sketch out a Starian, yeah, that's a pretty effective red flag, huh? Voice does it for me. Yeah, I can see it. Plus you can't cast Hold Person, even Hold Monster on Undead. I think it's a pretty okay balancing thing. You could totally still throw paralytic poisons at, like, Cazador, amusingly. But I think it's a good thing that effects as powerful as Hold Person, Hold Monster have restrictions. What's your half work? My Cloud Knight figures do I have? Enough? I do. Okay. Go with Nature's Snare. Stop that. This is one of the AI broken people in Moonrise. There's 3 of them. This is one of them. The only real way to deal with them. Like old personing people, autocrit makes my brain go so much serotonin. Well, old person is for humanoids. Old monster is for everything that doesn't specifically have immunity. And undead are the exception to that. You can still do it to almost everything in the entire game. If you're trying to use old person and not a person, well, that's a you issue.
The coward's root. While the iron is hot.
One about a non-issue. Yeah, you're aware at least. Doesn't the AI turn hostile here? Like I said a moment ago, there's a few enemies that are, or a few NPCs I should say, that since patch 6 their AI's just been broken in Moonrise. There's 3 of them. The 2 guards that I just killed, and the ogre that's in this room. They just don't go hostile. And they'll just spam their auto heal. So killing them's difficult. You could aggro everyone in Moonrise Towers and they still won't.
My pleasure. Of course.
Where do you stop? I only have 1 chromatic orb, actually shouldn't risk that. This ogre. Mig. AI and the worky.
On it.
I was a farrier in Starring Valley. When the dreams came.
witnessed assaulting.
On my way.
Chandelier immediately melted the ice. Didn't mean to electrify that water. Actually. It's gonna fireball me. See, stop fireball.
Such a long way down.
Most turns I've let her get in a while. I don't need to have Ice Bite on anymore with Potent Robe. Let's go back first level small slot. I do have the Warden's Amulet now too. Can't forget that. Guess I could get back a second level spell slot with that. Yeah, next level will definitely be Warlock.
No honor among sneaks.
See, there's two guards over there still. There's one guard in here with a scrying eye. Last run, I walked in here and talked him into believing I could be here so that I could position well. That might be worth doing again. Not as persuasive this run, though. I had persuasion expertise in the Jack of all trades run, so it made things like that a lot safer.
Very well.
Oh yeah, can you still spawn the zombies in Balthazar's room after you've already opened the bookcase, or no? I always forget that those are a thing that exists. %, there. I'm gonna do that. I want Battle Mage.
Yeah,
let's see, are there crates here? There are crates. Still 3 rage charges. I could probably use one here. That won't kill you. That might. Yeah, that works. Never done that before. I had a hunch it would work, but... Like how many different ways I've slaughtered Moonrise at this point. Why'd you take 159 and you only took 61? Anyone else I need to toss while I still have this weighted thingy throws factored? Ah, yeah. No, it's much heavier. And mustard. You're a little smart drought. I didn't worry about you. Have I dealt with all the half-orcs? I think maybe I have?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, there's no more half-orcs. I don't need Cloud9 anymore.
You've got the wrong man for this. Into the fray. Yes.
It was stuck in a corner, so I took the opportunity. I have 17 AC right now. It's the bluffs.
We are each of us threads in her design. Even those we once called monsters.
Guys, sell some stuff.
A word.
Ever at your service.
I'll need to get another chromatic orb scroll. There's one on the desk right next to me. Right next to Ro. And I could just cast it from my wizard list too. Just gotta prepare it. Finally get Drake Glaive soon. Guess it'll help my hit rate on whatever main hand I use. I offhand shot occasionally. Worth flying there too. I do have a darkness scroll for Ethel. Okay. I want a greater invis to try out on that Isabel strat. Still have a wall of fire for house and defense. Misty stuff. There's a chromatic orb scroll. Fire shield. Yeah. Need fire shield scrolls. Oh, well, there's my money. I didn't realize how much I was spending. That'll do it. Still gotta buy Sentinel Shield. Yeah, I'll need crush money. Definitely need crush money. So I'll stock up on healing potions since I've been very low on those for quite some time. How many can I afford? It's a little bit more. False life. Done. Back at this. Haven't read the letter to Ketherick yet. Down to 13 gold. It's okay. We've been making excellent progress. There's a free AC shield over there. There are situations I could maybe use that on. But... meh. Alright. It's been almost 8.5 hours. And I should get some food. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Another, long stream. What day of the week is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Friday. Yeah, business as usual. Maybe, depending on how much progress we make, maybe we hit level 10 tomorrow. Definitely won't still won't be done with Act 2, because Act 2 has infinite content. It's great. I love it. Act 2 is the best. But I'm having a lot of fun with this build. We've used a lot of different gear. Learned some very breakable things in regards to Araj, but also just about how the build functions in general, and I'm really liking it. Still on the fence about what I want to do with my levels. Like, maybe the cleric level goes, and I pick up Shillelagh for Magic Initiate Druid. Barbarian. Because I want to get deeper into the wild magic features. But I do really want that 3rd Warlock level for those spell slots being 2nd level. We'll figure it out. Hiring hireling work? I didn't test it. Next time. I'm ending stream now. Thank you everybody for being here. Let's see. Trade is doing his Honored Duo. Say and Squiz are doing their co-op duo. Let's raid Trade. I haven't done that in a minute. I don't know how long he's been on. But Trade is the XP scientist. A lot of the XP stuff you see me neurotically fixating on was originally tested by him, they were crafted by him, and he's also an accomplished honor runner, solos, duos, party, all that stuff. You'll enjoy the vibes over there. Yeah, thank you everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Maybe these shadows are worth more.